2023, we have a quorum. We call the annual town meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please remain standing for the opening prayer. Pastor Crystal Gardner of the United Methodist Church has joined us. The United Methodist Church is marking its 150th anniversary this year.
Let us prepare for the invocation for the town meeting tonight. To the one greater than all of us, give each appointed person those to be appointed and others in charge, and those who have invoked privileges, wisdom, and guidance as they deliberate on the items before them. May every discussion heard and every decision made be free of confusion and benefit the town and its people. We acknowledge the work of those who are paid and those who are not, having equal value in the decision-making process. Continue to build and bind the entire Whitman community together with a cord of love and understanding that will not be broken. We give thanks for hearing our request. And so shall it be, so shall it be. Amen.
Thank you. And please remain standing for a moment of silence for the following deceased town employees. Georgina Murphy of the school district, Valletta Paulding, an election worker, Loretta Boyce of the school district, Thomas Collins of the school district, Kevin Baradas Sr. of the Department of Public Works, Mary Lou Nickerson, election worker, James Fox of the police department, Joan Walsh of the school district, Robert Valancourt, an election worker, Susan Norcott of the school district, Michael Casurgis of the school district, Regina Campbell of the school district, George Porter of the Conservation Commission, Jane Domenico of the school district, John Campbell of the Town Hall Centennial Committee, Mary Alice Kirby of the Whitman Cultural Council, Town Government Study Committee, and Republican Town Committee, an election worker, Robert Gordon of the school district. Thank you. Will the tellers please come forward to be sworn? She's coming down.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to perform your duties as town meeting tellers lawfully and impartially to the best of your ability, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you. And will the clerk please read the warrant?
Good evening. Plymouth SS, to either the Constable of the Town of Whitman. Greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Whitman qualified to vote in elections and town affairs to meet in the Town Hall in said Whitman on Monday, the 6th day of May, 2024 at 7:30 p.m. Then and there to act upon the following articles, Articles 1 through 52. And you are hereby directed to serve this warrant by posting up attested copies thereof not less than 8 public places in the town 7 days at least before the day of said meeting. Hereof fail not, and make due return the warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of holding said meetings, given under our hands this 26th day of April 2024, signed by the Board of Selectmen, Dr. Carl F. Kowalski, Chairman, Daniel L. Salvucci, Vice Chair, Justin R. Evans, Clerk, Laura J. Howe, Member, and Sean M. Kane, Member. Warrant attestation. I hereby certify that virtue of the within warrant, I have posted 8 copies of said warrant in various sections of the town, with 2 copies in each precinct, and it's dated April 29th, 2024, attested by Joseph Bombardier, Constable. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go over some of the rules and procedures for governing town meeting tonight. All voters must be sitting in designated areas. Unless voted otherwise, all votes will be by voice vote. If I cannot tell, or if a vote is immediately questioned by 5 voters, a standing vote will be taken. In Article 2, the budget line items, we are voting a consolidated budget this year. There is a budget worksheet package in the back with detailed breakdowns of each department budget at the back of the room, and we will be voting on the lines contained in the warrant itself. We'll take a few minutes to recess and study the line items, and then I will ask if there are any questions on budget line items in 10-line segments. If anyone has a question on a line item, please shout question and the line number. And after we go through all of Article 2, I will reread all the question items, and all items that are not questioned will be voted on as the Finance Committee recommends. We will then have discussion and votes on each of the question line items. Massachusetts General Laws, Article 1, 2, 3 of the Town Bylaws and Robert's Rules of Order govern the running of this town meeting. All amendments must be signed and in writing. Speaking procedures. Raise your hand, be obvious, it's a big room, make sure that I can see you. After being recognized, stand and go to the nearest microphone. There's one here on the floor, there's one up in the balcony. State your name and your address. Confine your comments to the article or question on the floor. You may not speak on the same question more than once until everyone who has not been heard has had a chance to speak. Thank you for attending. This is important business essential to the function of our town. My goal is to complete all business tonight, and I ask that you remain for the duration of this meeting. In the event that we cannot finish tonight, I ask that you return tomorrow night. I want to thank the Finance Committee, these folks sitting right here in front of me. They have put in many hours working with the Town Administrator, the Board of Selectmen, department heads, and others to study each of the articles that pertain to finances and give their thoughtful and considered recommendations on each to this meeting. The Committee's recommendations on each applicable article are found in the warrant. They are volunteers who perform an essential service to the town. Please join me in thanking them for their service. Any questions on the procedures we're following tonight? Okay. With that, I would like to recognize the Chairman of the Board of Selectmen who would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. On behalf of the Board of Selectmen, I'd like to welcome you to tonight's annual town meeting, a meeting during which important decisions, as always, will be made, among them the MBTA Community Overlay District. But clearly the most interesting and critical will be about how we fund the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District in the next fiscal year. At times in the past, the Finance Committee, the School Committee, and the Board of Selectmen, perhaps soon to be named the Select Board, have disagreed on the amount the schools will receive. But this year is decidedly different. The 3 committees actually pretty much agree on what the school's assessment to the town should be. The support for the schools is unanimous, but there is also a decided disagreement over where that money should come from, and that does complicate matters. Mary Beth Cardle will shortly explain the situation in more detail, but the difference is clear. My understanding is that the Finance Committee wishes to fund the schools by using one-time money, basically free cash, to do so, in part by depleting some of our capitalization reserves, thus avoiding an override this year. The Board of Selectmen wishes to use an override for operating expenses, not a huge one, but an override nonetheless. Such a move adds to rather than subtracts from the fiscal stability in the future. If, however, Article 49, the override article, fails, or the ballot question at the town election does not pass, the Board of Selectmen may have to lower its assessment to the schools, thus bringing another set of circumstances into play during the next period of time. I know you'll listen carefully to each argument and do the right thing. Whitman citizens have always managed to pay for what they value most: public education, first responders, and public works, in a responsible way that keeps their tax burden lower than that of most surrounding towns. A few years ago, when discussing a difficult town decision, whether or not to assist Hanson in its transition to the statutory method of assessment, I made a reference to the Wizard of Oz, referring to a motto taken from that work that I found helpful when trying to manage change. I still believe it's useful. Use your head, follow your heart, and act with courage. Let's do it again. Thank you.
Ms. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. Thank you for attending tonight's annual town meeting. Your attendance is so important as we discuss, deliberate, and ultimately vote on the various articles in the annual town budget, as it will determine how the town moves forward and operates in fiscal year 2025. To say that this has been a challenging budget season would be a major understatement. The Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee have all put in a lot of time and effort preparing for tonight's meeting. Thank you. I would also like to thank the Assistant Town Administrator, Kathy Keefe, the Treasurer-Collector, Ken Lytell, and the Interim Town Accountant, John Adams, for all their assistance in helping me to construct a balanced budget to present to you this evening without the use of any one-time funds. As you may know, as many of you know, using one-time funds such as free cash for recurring expenses in a budget is never a good idea and is a frowned-upon financial practice. This is something we have worked very hard to avoid this year, and it's something we plan to avoid every year going forward. The annual town meeting warrant you received this evening is very different than what has been presented in the past several years. This year, we have prepared a dual budget in Article 2, which is found on page 3 of the warrant. This was necessary because the Whitman-Hanson School District certified Whitman's assessment at 7.87%, which is 2.87% above what the town can support within the budget. The additional 2.87% increase translates to $509,212. This is the amount outlined in the override, Article 49, in the warrant on page 15. You will notice in Article 2 that there is a column titled Selectmen Recommend with Override. This is the fourth column from the left on page 3 of the warrant. This column includes an assessment amount for the district on line 21, Whitman-Hanson Regional School District operating expense of $18,626,475. This represents a 5% increase over last year's assessment as recommended by John Madden. The total of this column was reduced by $1,212,760 from the original departmental requests submitted. The Whitman-Hanson Regional School District assessment request was reduced from 7.87 to 5%, which is $509,212. The other town departmental requests were reduced in total by $703,548. The column titled Selectmen Recommend Without Override reflects the many cuts that would be necessary if the town needed to fund the full 7.87 assessment the district is requesting without an override. This scenario funds the Whitman-Hanson School District budget at the full certified amount of $19,135,687. However, in order to put forth this balanced budget, the cuts to the town included not only the $509,212, it also included an additional 40% in unemployment costs for those positions that were eliminated in order to balance the budget. The cuts are serious and will be detrimental to the operations of the town. They include eliminating 3 firefighter positions, 3 police officer positions, 1 DPW position, 1 clerk's office position, 1 assessor's office position, and 1 Board of Health office position, and 1 Council on Aging position. Eliminating these positions would be devastating to the town, the employees, and all Whitman residents. For this reason, I ask that you vote in favor of Article 49 this evening to put the override question before the citizens of Whitman to ultimately decide at the annual town election on Saturday, May 18th. If this override passes at the town election, it will provide the additional funds the district is requesting over the 5% amount the town can afford within the budget, and the town will not need to make the devastating personnel cuts I outlined. A successful vote on Article 49 this evening and at the ballot box on May 18th would mean that the town would raise and appropriate outside the levy limit of Proposition 2.5, $509,212 to be added to Article 2, Budget Line 21, the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District operating expense. The increase calculated on the average single-family home with an assessed valuation in the current fiscal year would have a tax impact of $96 per year or $8 per month. The far right column is titled Finance Committee Recommendation. This column funds the district's assessment at the full 7.87% increase over last year without an override. However, the FinCom budget presented tonight shows a deficit in the amount of $509,212. The Finance Committee's recommended budget is not a balanced budget as presented. The Finance Committee is not recommending the override this year, as they have stated, for many reasons, and one of which is because they would like to see a multi-million-dollar operational override next year. While it's true that John Madden mentioned a need for an operational override several years ago, I do not believe a multi-million-dollar override should be put before the taxpayers of Whitman, especially after a new Whitman Middle School and a new DPW building project were recently approved, and a new South Shore VOTEC is on the horizon. This year, the fire chief requested a new fire engine rescue pumper. However, due to the cost of approximately $1.2 million, this capital item had to be deferred. While there is a little more than half of the amount needed for the new fire engine in the town's capital stabilization fund, it's still not enough to fund this major capital item. I am confident that with fiscally responsible planning and discipline, the town will be able to add to the capital stabilization fund and be able to purchase this large capital item for the fire department in the near future. As the former treasurer collector for 19 years, I know all too well how important it is to make fiscally responsible decisions. Between using a 5% increase over last year's assessment for the schools, cutting all other town department budgets where possible, and increasing revenue where possible, we were able to present a balanced budget to the Board of Selectmen. I know many departments are not receiving what they had hoped they would for fiscal '25. However, we have a great team of department heads, and I believe they understand the financial constraints facing the town this year. They have all worked cooperatively with the finance team throughout this budget season, and it was very much appreciated. It is my goal that the town continues to make fiscally responsible decisions. I would also like to begin allocating 10% of free cash each year to the Capital Stabilization Fund. This will enable the town to build this account to better plan for our large capital needs. Since the town meeting warrant includes 52 articles and there is a lot of business that needs to be conducted, I suggest that we do not entertain any motion to adjourn town meeting early this evening. In closing, I'm hoping that we can all move through this town meeting process this evening in a respectful manner that allows everyone the opportunity to be heard. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Rick Anderson, 237 Stetson Street, Finance Committee Chair. I rise tonight to provide this town meeting some context for the recommendations of our committee for fiscal year '25. As I have for the past 7 years as chair, I recognize the efforts of the town administrator and the select board for the enormous amount of time dedicated to get this information before you. Unfortunately, and quite expectedly, these efforts also included undermining some of the efforts of the equally dedicated members of the Finance Committee. It is important to point out here that the work of this committee is confined to the posted and recorded meetings that it has conducted in the past 8 months. We don't avail ourselves to an unbridled access to town council to manipulate the wording of these articles and even the order in which they are to be considered. What this statement will not be, however, is condescending to anyone else's opinions or proposal. The Finance Committee's charge is to make recommendations to this body. This process should not be confrontational in any way. This year, the Select Board has voted, as you have heard, to place a Proposition 2.5 override on the warrant. As you have also heard, you'll find it on page 15 as Article 49. This has been described as a school override because it is intended to supplement a sum of money that the Select Board decided was as much as the town could, quote, afford, unquote. Conversely, the Finance Committee is recommending that town vote no on this article. The overarching reason is this proposal does very little to address the long-term needs of Whitman. This community has spent a good deal of money on financial consultants to advise us to the best way forward to a long-term, sustainable municipal budget. We also feel that the school committee has presented a school assessment that brings the needs of the district in line with developing a proposal for an operational override in the near future. This will not be an easy ask nor an easy task. Much has been made of the recommendations contained in the, quote, Madden report, unquote. It does very clearly define what is needed to bring this community closer to economic sustainability. Two factors that have simply helped defer this reality are the pandemic relief funds and the long overdue transition to the statutory method for calculating Whitman's share of the school assessment. Unfortunately, the recent approval of two significant capital projects and the upcoming financial impact of the South Shore Votex project are meeting us at this junction. It's not like we couldn't see this coming. This is why the Finance Committee is asking town meeting to take a hard look down the road. A Proposition 2.5 override for one department is not going to get us there. The hope that the regional school enrollment will escalate to get us out of the hold harmless yoke is not enough. All town departments have contributed to our current economic condition, and each needs to contribute to a plan to move us in the right direction. Accordingly, what the Finance Committee is recommending to this town meeting is to vote to use free cash to supplement the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District assessment in Article 2, and to vote not to authorize the Proposition 2.5 override. The Finance Committee will present amendments to additional articles within the warrant to use capital stabilization in place of free cash to fund specific articles. Additionally, to request a lesser amount in one specific article and ask that town meeting not support two of the so-called P articles that propose to use a significant amount of free cash to supplement prior year salary lines. It is recognized that the use of one-time money to fund a portion of the operating budget is not fiscally responsible. We agree. This Finance Committee has consistently opposed this process. The reality is that two specific mitigating circumstances have led us to these recommendations. One, that a one-department override this year will certainly affect taxpayers' support for an operational override in the near future. We also recognize that the school district used a significant amount of one-time funds to bring a compromise assessment to the table. As another example, leading up to the 2018 annual town meeting, the Select Board recommended using a large portion of our capital stabilization to avoid having an override to close the gap for fiscal 2019. Simply stated, this is not a precedent-setting proposal by any stretch of the imagination. In closing, the Finance Committee is asking town meeting to consider the application of some of our capital reserves and redirect some of our free cash as a bridge to the difficult road ahead. Understand that these are simply our recommendations. The decisions are yours to make. We ask only you to consider a path that leads us to a long-term, fiscally sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Article 1, to see if the town will bring to their vote for the following town officers: 1 town clerk for 3 years, 1 selectman for 3 years, 1 assessor for 3 years, 2 PK-12 Whitman-Hanson Regional School District Committee members for 3 years, 1 Department of Public Works Commissioner for 3 years, 2 public library trustees for 3 years, 1 Whitman Housing Authority member for 5 years, 1 Board of Health member for 3 years, and to choose all other necessary officers. The polls for the election of officers will be opened in said town hall at 9 o'clock in the forenoon on said Saturday, the 18th day of May, 2024, and kept open until 5 o'clock in the evening, both of which days will constitute the annual meeting, and this call is issued in accordance with the vote of the town passed on January 29, 1902. Do I have a motion? And a second? Discussion of Article 1. All in favor of Article 1, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 1 is adopted unanimously. Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter.
I move to take Article 49 out of order.
Do we have a second on that? Ms. Carter?
Taking this article out of order before we vote Article 2 is necessary so the town will be able to make more informed decisions when we move to vote on the budgets in Article 2 of the warrant.
Further discussion of the motion to take Article 49 out of order. All right. Yes, sir.
Hey everybody, Chris Scriven, 363 School Street, Vice Chair of the School Committee for another week and a half. I still have some concerns and questions about the different ways to approach this. I'd like to hear from the Finance Committee. I'd like to hear them address the potential layoffs, and I'd like to hear Ms. Carter address our position in the coming years with all the expenses that we know are upcoming.
Right now, the question on the floor is whether we're going to take Article 49 out of order. It's not a discussion of 49 itself.
I think it's pertinent to the vote.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, so the question related to the Finance Committee's recommendation to not support the Proposition 2.5. Simply stated that the Finance Committee supports the assessment that was presented by the School Committee, fully supports the full assessment that the School Committee is presenting, merely offering town meeting an alternative to pay for it. The alternative includes using free cash to supplement Article 2. So Finance Committee will make a recommendation to amend Article 2 for that purpose. So if your question is whether we support the School Committee's assessment, the answer is affirmative, 100%, unanimously.
Discussion on the motion to take 49 out of order. Ms. Otina.
I'm not going to grow any taller, so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kathleen Otina, 344 Washington Street, Finance Committee Vice Chair. Regarding Article 49, I would like to address the issue of the role that the Madden Report and the so-called 5% cap on the school operating assessment has played in generating the various versions of Article 2, one of which requires consideration of Article 49. For the record, the Finance Committee unanimously opposes Article 49. You've been provided with 3 versions of Article 2. Number 1, selectmen recommend with override, which has a 5% increase in the operating budget for the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District and requires an override to fund the balance of the school assessment. Budget number 2, selectmen recommend without override, which has the full operating assessment voted by the Whitman-Hanson Regional School Committee at the expense of other town departments as outlined by the town administrator. And then there's option 3, Finance Committee recommends. It fully funds all departments as recommended by the Town Administrator and Select Board, and fully funds the school's operating assessment, avoiding layoffs to town departments or school teachers by using free cash and capital stabilization to fund some capital articles and to close the budget gap in Article 2. It does not require an override. So why has the fiscal 25 budget developed into a power struggle between the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee? The factor underlying the major differences in the budget recommendations is that the Board of Selectmen is committed to holding the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District to a 5% increase in its operating budget in an effort to develop a sustainable budget for the town. Their plan is not limited to this year, but to all future years when the school operating assessment exceeds 5%, to make the difference subject to a Proposition 2.5 override every year. However, a careful listening to the December 2nd, 2019 Budget Override Evaluation Committee meeting when the financial consultant John Madden met with the committee reveals the following. When explicitly asked by the former town administrator what happens if we need to raise our contribution or our assessment significantly in excess of 5%, John Madden's immediate response was, and I quote, "You have to provide for an education for the residents of Whitman and Hanson. That keeps students coming, not drive them away." And I think we had that conversation that there are times when it appears that students are looking elsewhere. Well, they're not really looking elsewhere, but their parents certainly are. So you've got to provide an education. You've got to fund an education that keeps these people in school and not looking elsewhere. I think that's the first sign of a good education, that they're not looking outside and thinking, I can get a better education somewhere else. Again, if the schools are somewhere outside the range, fine. How are all the other departments coming in? At the end of the day, it's basically your bottom line, Article 2. End quote for John Madden. On March 20th, 2024, the Whitman-Hanson Regional School Committee voted its fiscal 25 budget and operating assessments. They will be looking for an operating assessment to Whitman that was an 11.02% increase over fiscal 24. At that point in time, the Finance Committee had received an Article 2 from the town administrator with a 5% placeholder for the schools that already had a deficit of $576,000. Increasing the school request increased that deficit to close to $2 million. The town administrator went to work decreasing the department requests. The school committee revoted its fiscal 25 budget on April 8th, 2024, reducing Whitman's operating assessment by $559,000. By April 21st, the Finance Committee finally had an Article 2 that was close to being balanced. The budget gap was down to $509,212. Now, local communities, Hanover, Hingham, and Braintree, are looking at multi-million-dollar overrides for the schools and town departments. Driving through these towns, you encounter signs, vote yes or vote no, for their overrides. I have yet to see a single sign for or against an override in Whitman. No effort has been expended to secure the taxpayers' support. A successful override does not happen by a mere vote of the Select Board. It takes work to educate the voters on the need and hope that they will respond accordingly. Whitman can afford to fully fund the fiscal 25 Article 2 without an override. Funding the school operating assessment and avoiding the layoff of 8 Whitman elementary school teachers and 7 Hanson K-8 teachers, as well as fully fund the recommendations of the town administrator and the Board of Selectmen that avoids the layoffs of 3 firefighters, 3 police officers, and 5 other departmental positions by the judicious use of free cash and capital stabilization to fund the fiscal 25 budget as presented in the May 6, 2024 warrant. It is not the long-term solution the town of Whitman needs, but it is the cleanest way to get us through fiscal 25. I respectfully request that you support the Finance Committee's recommendation tonight and oppose Article 49.
Yes. Rosemary.
Good evening, Michelle McNulty, Town Council. I just need to make a parliamentary point of order. The motion before the meeting is whether or not to take Article 49 out of order.
Right.
It is not to discuss the merits of Article 49. The meeting has to first decide whether or not to take Article 49 up. If you vote yes to take it out of order, then you can proceed into a motion under Article 49 and the debate and the comments and the discussion under Article 49 and ultimately a vote. But if you do not vote to take it out of order, then you're going to go to the next article on the agenda. So I didn't want to interrupt anybody because these are all very, very important discussions. But you first need to vote on whether or not to take it out of order before you can proceed to the merits. Thank you.
Any discussion on whether to take this out of order at this point? All right, this will require a 2/3 vote, so if it's not unanimous, we'll do a standing count. We have a motion then to take Article 49 out of order. All in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. That's a 2/3 vote. I'm going to call that 2/3. So let's take Article 49 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate outside the levy limit of Proposition 2.5, so-called $509,212, to be added to Article 2, Budget Line 21, the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District operating expense voted this date, thereby approving the district's submitted budget for the fiscal year 2025, provided that this additional appropriation shall be contingent on the approval of a Proposition 2.5 levy limit override under General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21CG. Do I have a motion? A second? Discussion. Ms. Connolly.
Thank you. Rosemary Conley, 405 Franklin Street, Whitman Finance. I want to point out a couple of misnomers. In the Madden report, it does not, the actual report, it does not say 5% to the Whitman-Hanson school system. It is a report on our need to increase revenue. So I think a lot of people have to read that report to see how much it's really being misrepresented. Additionally, the idea that we can restrain we have a larger educational budget that includes multiple schools, and so it's a section of our budget is education. And to isolate one school will not solve our problem. Essentially, I think Ms. Otina said it best, people will bring their child to, say, the vocational school or the agricultural school, which are double the price per student. So essentially, when we suppress here, the money will pop up somewhere else next year. It does not offer the financial stability. Now, in those budgets, which is part of our educational overall costs, those increases were over almost 19% and 11%, pretty much what the school, a little bit over 11%, pretty much what the Whitman-Hanson school asked for per student. So I don't see that this actually provides the stability that we're asking for. Additionally, under the Department of Local Services, we have a budget process. In that budget process, which is best practices for budgeting, you bring your school budget first. That way you don't have these, we can't afford schools. And in that process, you are supposed to consider free cash and other resources to pay for that if necessary. So it is allowed in the Department of Local Services budgetary processes. So the idea is that you shouldn't be using it, well, it's right there in there that you can. And so thank you for your time.
Further discussion of 49. Chief.
All right, there we go. Timothy Hanlon, your chief of police and also resident 55 Indian Trail. So I'm going to just tee up the Madden report a little bit more because it seems to be what we're all referring to here. And so the Madden report that has been referred to and outlined in the past several years, not just this one, was presented on November 18th of 2019. The Madden report also came out before the pandemic, if you can remember that time, and it couldn't have been calculated to incorporate such a shift in life for all of us. The Madden report listed a 5-year average annual operating budget increase of 4.86% for the town and advised that this was not sustainable compared to annual increases in town revenues. Some of the Madden recommendation excerpts that I took out were, as a financial policy, refrain from using free cash to fund ongoing expenditures. Mandate that free cash be utilized as a method of funding the town's capital improvement programs. Second one, discipline and a general reality check are needed to restrict increases that better reflect revenue availability. More often than not, increases seen in other communities reflect increases in the range of 2 to 2.5%. These increases would also be more in line with the town's revenue increases. Generally, increases in education are higher. However, increases in the 7 to 8% are not the norm. The town has already supplemented its budget with free cash. This should stand as a harbinger of things to come. Remember, this was in 2019 when this came out. As a financial policy, every effort should be made to fund the operating budget with renewable revenue. So I think if you take all those things into consideration, this Article 49, so-called the school override budget, should be put to the people, not just necessarily the people who are here, but it should be put to the town. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Galvin.
Shouldn't have followed Chief, huh? John Galvin, 41 High Street. I think very few people have paid as much attention to the school budget and the town budgets as I have. I really try to keep my thumb on the pulse. But I want everybody to really take a look at what this Article 49 says. Because this Article 49 is not a vote for yes, the override, or no, the override. What Article 49 says is that if the vote at the ballot in 2 weeks passes, then Article 49 will appropriate that money to the school. So if we vote no tonight, we're not killing the override. It will still go to the ballot in 2 weeks, and if it passes in 2 weeks, the override passes. Whatever we do tonight doesn't really matter. If we vote no tonight and the override passes, we then have 90 days to have another town meeting to vote on this again, because the override will pass at the ballot. So, no, I'm saying if it does pass at the ballot, we then have to come back and vote Article 49 to appropriate the money to that line item. So this is not a yes or no vote. If you want to vote yes or no for the override, you have to vote in the ballot in 2 weeks. Tonight, all we're doing is saying, if the ballot passes, the money goes to the school. So let's just pass this thing tonight so we don't have to come back in 2 weeks if the ballot passes, and go to the ballot and decide then if you want the override to pass or not. Thank you.
Ms. Byers.
Dawn Byers, 20 Russell Road, school committee member. We keep hearing, let the voters decide, but a question has already been decided for you, the voters, which is that this exclusively puts teacher and staff positions at risk in our town. The Board of Selectmen decided that this was strictly a school override. However, financial decisions made in the past and throughout the town have shown us that this deficit affects our entire town. A no vote on this article is not a rejection of the school budget itself, in my opinion. A no vote is a rejection of how the assessment is being presented. It is being split into two separate amounts. As a school committee member, I voted one number. I voted $19,135,687. I believe in this budget. The budget number as a whole, you should understand, is a 4% increase from last year's budget. The Whitman-Hanson Regional School District budget is only going up 4%. Yes, it's more than 2.5, but it is not going up 7%, it is not going up 8%. That is the assessment amount to the town, that is a different figure. I ask you to support the amount, the line item that the school committee voted and the finance committee is supporting. I ask you to vote no on this article.
Mr. George?
Chris George, 4 Shelley Lane. I was actually a citizen representative on the Madden Committee. And one of the things I want to make clear tonight is we keep hearing about 5%. 5% was the number once the town was able to fund the school district at the appropriate amount. It was not to come into play until we got to that point. And what's happening right now is we reap the benefits of regionalization way back when. The state gave us a bunch of money. The state has taken that away and is saying the town needs to continue to contribute more until we get to that point. We haven't, which is why we're seeing assessments of 7 or 8% to try to continue to fund and build programs to get us there. It's a bit of a misnomer to say 5% is the number. John Madden admitted during that process and wrote that we would need an operational override. It's been 4 years without a plan. This plan tonight, and Mr. Anderson, you're probably going to drop dead because I support what the Finance Committee has proposed. I know it's strange, but I do, and I'll tell you why. This override plan is an override plan with no marketing, with no education. It puts only the school district and teachers at risk. I'm not an advocate for cutting police or fire, but I would support this override if there was a fire position and a police position and a town position at risk as well. But it's not. What it does is it pits one department against all of the others. There's a way to fund the budget this year. There are tough decisions that need to be made in future years, but we need the time to build a plan, to educate, and to get the vote out. This is not the way to do it this year. We should take the Finance Committee's recommendation, we should fund our departments appropriately, and we should get to work on how to make this work in future years.
Sir? Yes, sir. You. Yes, sir.
Bob Kimball, 877 Auburnville Way. I want to thank the school committee, I want to thank the Board of Selectmen, and I want to thank the Finance Committee. You all have a job to do, and I think you've done it very well. That being said, I'm concerned about the override. We have a way of going right now to have a funded budget through the Finance Committee. It's not the best solution to the problem, but it is a solution without pitting departments against departments. I'm not a proponent of using one-time funds, but we have a lot of free cash. Why do we have a lot of free cash? Because we over-budget budgets. And if we could take the free cash away so we only have $500,000 in free cash year after year, then we're doing something. We need zero budgeting what the budgets really need. The department shouldn't be turning back. So I think what happens if we vote no right now, it's already on the ballot, and we go through a litany tonight of approving the Selectmen's budget or the Finance Committee's budget, and the residents vote it down on the 18th. What happens then? It goes back to the school committee. They've got to cut their budget. So let's get an answer from town council what happens if the residents vote it down. I think we should vote it down right now. Thank you.
Mr. McNulty? We'll get to you guys next.
Don't dare touch this. Let's see. Oh, I did it. Okay, so if this article fails, if the ballot question fails, if the budget that is passed at Article 2 is anything less than the school committee certified budget, the 19 million and change, then that is a rejected budget. If it's a rejected school budget, it goes back to the school committee. They have, I believe it is 10 days to recertify the same budget, amend it, do something different, send a new budget back to the town. The town has 45 days to consider that new budget. If they reject that budget, then there has to be a joint meeting of the towns of Whitman and Hanson on the budget. That's in a nutshell. I tried to simplify it, but that's in a nutshell what happens. Did that answer the question? Okay.
Sir.
Gary Blumenthal, 50 Elm Place. Just a quick rhetorical question to start. Is anybody in this room, other than the people sitting at the table with the white tablecloths, seen this Madden report? My question is, or my comment is, neither of the plans presented here tonight are self-sustaining. They require recommittal every year ad infinitum with bigger and bigger costs every year as budgets increase. So to me, this is almost like a Ponzi scheme. The only way to get on track is to reduce budgets, in my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Kane?
Thank you. Sean Kane, 31 Forest Street, member of the Board of Selectmen. This is a difficult circumstance, for sure. I think we'd all agree that this is not the ideal time for an override. The DPW has passed, and we have the middle school, and the circumstances to ask for more funds are not ideal. But the question is, in my opinion, during difficult financial circumstances, how do we move forward in a way that's going to keep us on financial ground that is solid? It's tempting to go down the road of using one-time money. It would be like an easy decision. We get through this year and we kind of like avoid the difficult stuff. But where does that lead us next year? It's not always discussed. If we use one-time money this year, then it leaves a hole in the budget next year. That just amplifies the problem. And now the override that we're talking about is a much bigger override, whether we liked it or not. Today, I think we're at a critical point because we can hold firm to our financial policy that will keep us on sound financial ground. I was at the last school committee meeting where they certified the budget, and it's heartbreaking. The COVID funds that they used to service the kids in the school system, we should be grateful for. They were services that kids really benefited from during a really difficult time. There's no question about it that those funds were needed during a difficult time. I applaud them for using those funds. But the bottom line is they're pulling back on those funds now, which leaves a hole in the budget. On top of the hold harmless situation, this is just something that we can't sustain within the town budget. It isn't. So then we're stuck with this hard decision. What do we do? In my opinion, we put the override on the ballot and we allow people to listen to the merits of the school committee and fund the override, or not. During difficult circumstances, you can hear people up above talking and saying, although I think they were appropriate funds, maybe, for me, I just can't afford it. And I think we have to respect that vote given these difficult circumstances. It's not ideal. This is a difficult decision, but I believe it's the right choice to vote yes on this.
Sir.
Marshall Latino, 100 Lazel Street. To counter one of the points that was made earlier, that if we shoot it down tonight and then it gets approved at the ballot box, we have to come right back to do it. The inverse is true. We're chasing ourselves in a circle here. If we vote yes on this override tonight and then proceed by voting Article 2 with the selectmen's recommendations with the override, and then this override, which is destined to fail, because there's been no education, no information about it, and it's putting it solely on the backs of the school. It will not pass. It will not pass the ballot box, and we come right back because we have a budget that hasn't been funded. I am urging you to vote against the override tonight. It's hard to use one-time funds, but the entire town in whole needs a larger override in the next year or two, not one stopgap for one department. Thank you.
Mr. Evans.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Justin Evans, 57 Candlewick Lane, and member of the Board of Selectmen. The board doesn't ask for this lightly. You know, last year we used a little over $160,000 in one-time funds to support the Whitman-Hanson assessment, above 5%. It was a compromise between the Whitman Board of Selectmen, the Hanson Select Board, and the school committee. But the compromise wasn't just how much free cash from each town and how much E&D from the schools can we all pool together to meet the budget. It was buy us time to fix this problem in a sustainable way. It bought us a year, and this is the proposed fix. You know, Hanson had a similar measure on the floor tonight. They voted it down for anybody listening, so it sounds like we're going back to the school committee with a rejected budget, at least on Hanson's side. But if we do it again, if we pull from savings to fund capital, if we use free cash that we save there to fund the operating budget, but not $160,000 to $509,000, we're just compounding the problem, you know, as everybody else here said. An override is a sustainable option. You know, it raises the levy so that going forward the money is there. You know, if we commit, you know, as sort of the Madden recommendation said, to start the budget process with 5% earmarked for the schools, you know, plan that largest budget first at 5%. And, you know, just pulled some history here. The school committee's 5-year projection back in April of 2022, this was document 17 from John Stanbrook, projected for fiscal 25 an assessment to Whitman at $18,475,084. You know, our 5% increase over last year is $18,625,475. So about $200,000 more in the budget process with than what we were told to expect in a 5-year projection. It also included the schools kicking in $275,000 in E&D. I think they're doing $250,000. So pretty close to what Whitman was planning for has planned out so far. It's the additional money, the one-time money coming off the books that we think is the reason that they're coming up short and need the override. You know, as everyone else has already said, if it fails here or in Hanson tonight or at the ballot box, we're going to go through that cycle of second round of town meetings, you know, new school assessment, second round of town meetings, new school assessment, super town meeting. I think that if the budget fails, is the time to start considering the bad option, the layoffs or the free cash, kicking in one-time funds. But right now, the fix is on the table, and the fix is an override to meet the difference and continue funding the schools at the level that they say they need. So I ask you to support the override question to appropriate hypothetical money pending an outcome on May 18th.
Ms. Landreville.
Yes, I have a question. I understand that Hanson is having their town meeting tonight as well, but I also understand that they are holding the school department at the 5%.
Any further discussion of Article 49? Mr. Anderson.
So I just want to say again that despite Justin's information and his position, this is not a solution. This override is not a solution. It's not something that is going to help this town in a long-term sustainable picture. I believe that the time to start looking at what we need to do was last year when we used one-time funds to close the gap for the assessment. So obviously we can't go back in time, but we can take the opportunity right now to say we do not vote to accept this override, and we get to work on something that's going to bring us way further into the future. So I ask you not to support the override. Thank you.
Ms. Carter?
Thank you. Well, I believe, and I've stated before, that we may have needed an override for the past several years. We did just pass the Whitman Middle School and the DPW, and we have the VOTEC. So I just don't see a multi-million-dollar override coming next year. Voting yes on this article will give all citizens in Whitman, not just those of you here tonight, the opportunity to decide this very important ballot question for our town. If this question passes at the ballot box, the district will receive the full assessment they have certified for the budget, and the town will be able to vote on a balanced budget without decimating the town. And I urge you to vote yes on this question. Thank you.
Further discussion of 49? Yes, sir.
Dick Blas, 24 Porter Street. I've got a couple of questions. I'm a little confused. Article 49 is to allow the override on the election, or the override is on the election no matter what we do with 49 tonight? I don't understand. I thought that we had to pass 49 in order for the election to go to the ballot.
Ms. McNulty?
Thank you. It's a two-part process. It can happen in any order. The warrant article is to appropriate the monies that will be raised if you pass the override at the ballot box. So regardless of what you vote tonight on Article 49, you will still have a question on the ballot at the May 18th election on whether or not to vote for an override. If it passes, then you have those additional funds. If you have acted to pass Article 49 tonight, then you've already determined how those funds are going to be used. If Article 49 fails, and the ballot question, the override, succeeds at the ballot box, you then have to come back to town meeting to decide how to appropriate those funds.
Okay, so if we say no tonight, then, and the election, the override passes, the $500,000 is still added to the budget. It's just a matter of how it's going to get spent.
Exactly. It's added to the tax base, if you will. It's raised through taxes, but the town meeting has to direct how to appropriate the funds. Now, the ballot question is very specific as to you're conducting an override for a specific purpose. So it's identified in the ballot question, but you still have to come to town meeting to appropriate them.
Does the ballot question mention anything about school?
I believe it does. Do you have it? I think it's the exact same wording as what's on the article, to be honest with you. Is it? No, the ballot question. Do you have it? I can get it in 2 seconds. It identifies the reason, because you have to do that.
You do. It does. It's not this exact language that's on there.
So the ballot question is, shall the town of Whitman be allowed to assess an additional $509,212 in real estate and personal property taxes for the purpose of funding a portion of the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District operating expense assessment for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024. So it is identifying the purpose, but you still have to come to town meeting to appropriate it.
So it would just turn into a formality then, because it would go back to the selectmen and they'd put it toward the school. Or they wouldn't put it toward the school.
Town meeting has to vote. If Article 49 fails and the ballot passes, you need to come back to a town meeting to repeat Article 49, directing the town how to appropriate that money.
And what is the selectmen's position? How are they?
I can't speak.
Well, I'm sure they already know what their position would be.
I do not.
No, I'm sure they would already know what their position is going to be. Should that occur?
I can't respond to that.
Well, I'll wait to hear from them. And then I have one other question for the selectmen or the town treasurer. Do we have any debt exclusions that are expiring now or within the next year or so that could in some way offset this $100 or so that our taxes will be going up each year forever? Because again, this is an override. This is forever. So it's $100 this year, and it's $100 plus 2.5% next year, and so on and so on and so on. So it's forever.
Sir, yeah.
Ken Lytell, 137 Warren Ave. I'm the treasurer collector. The annual debt payment that we have for the Whitman High School comes off the books after fiscal 27. The last payment would be around $350,000 for Whitman's share. So that would do more than enough to offset the override.
Further discussion of 49.
Point of order.
Yes, who's at a point of order? Yes, sir.
A quick question. If we go through a litany of doing a budget this evening and the override doesn't pass, if this article passes, the selectmen are going to vote their budget.
What's your point of order?
The point of order, I'm asking the town council, do we have to have another town meeting if it fails? Does it mean anything to go through the budget this evening?
Mr. Anderson.
So it's a good question. The contention of the Finance Committee is if the town votes not to support the Proposition 2.5 override as it's presented, town meeting can conduct all its business with the recommendations of the Finance Committee and conduct all the business of this town meeting tonight, not needing to come back. That is our contention.
Ma'am.
Julia Nanigan, 28 Forest Street. I just had a question. So if Hanson didn't pass their override tonight, how does that affect, like if we voted no on Article 49 tonight, is there any effect on that versus if we were to vote yes and then it goes to the ballot? I'm just a little confused on how Hanson's vote would affect ours at all.
Do we have an answer for that?
So I think you have a lot of moving pieces here. I have not seen Hanson's warrant for tonight, but if what they rejected was similar to your Article 49, they still have an election, and the question will be at the ballot box. That really doesn't tell you whether or not the regional school committee budget has been rejected, because you need to know what Hanson has done in their budget vote on the school committee budget, right? Just like you're going to get to Article 2 at some point. And when you get to Article 2, at some point in that discussion, you're going to take a vote on the regional school committee budget. And depending upon what action you take on that budget, you will either have approved it or rejected it. That's the question you need to know about Hanson's actions tonight. Have they approved or rejected the regional school committee budget? Now, leaving that aside, if they have rejected it, then you have a rejected budget because your region is only 2 towns. Now, I'm going to give you a lot of what-ifs. If Whitman passes the regional budget and Hanson rejects it, but Whitman has voted the monies that the region has requested, and if the school committee comes up with another budget that is within the amount that has already been appropriated here, the selectmen may choose not to call another town meeting. You've already appropriated that. That has happened in the past here. So there's so many different variables about whether or not you're going to need another town meeting. It's going to depend upon what you do with Article 2. It's going to depend upon what happens with your election, and it's going to depend upon what the school committee then does relative to its budget. So you need a crystal ball to say whether or not you could avoid having that next town meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Kane?
Sorry, I'll be quick. I just want to address one point. I think there's some question about why is this just a school override? How come it's not a town-wide override? It's our opinion that if the school was not in a hold harmless situation and the COVID situation, the money wasn't coming off, then we certainly would not be asking for an override right now. If we were just looking at the town side of the budget, that would be the case. We would try to be kind of disciplined, trying to find more revenue, and stay within our budget guidelines. The reason why we're asking for an override is because the schools are still in the hold harmless situation and because the COVID money is coming off the books. That's why it's limited to one department. If that's helpful for people to decide, how come it's not a town-wide override? Follow. When we're looking at projections on the town side, I think that was the question that was asked earlier, we look at our revenue projections. You can see that the fire department has a little bit of an increase this year. But the fire department is having a projected $600,000 revenue projection increase. So we're careful to manage our increases in departments with their increases in revenue that are sustainable revenue. So our budget process is keeping us on sound financial ground on the town side. And unfortunately, the fact that we're in the hold harmless situation and the COVID money's coming off the books forces us into an override situation on the school side. The end game, this will all go away when the schools come out of the hold harmless situation. I believe the discussion will change.
Excuse me, sir. If you want to be recognized, please raise your hand. Excuse me, sir. If you wish to address the meeting, you need to raise your hand and be recognized. Do not disrupt the meeting. Further discussion of 49. Yes, ma'am.
Lynn Burns. I live on Rock Street. I've never spoke in front of a committee before, so bear with me. I'm a taxpayer, and the administrator, Ms. Carter, was trying to emphasize that we're already paying a whole lot for the new DPW and for the middle school. A couple of things that were said earlier from the Finance Committee is speaking about people are going to leave, not sending our kids to this school because they're going to go someplace else. Well, I don't think that's because of the money not given to the school committee. I think a lot has to do with the cost of colleges. A lot of people can't afford to send their kids to college, so getting a trade seems to be a good situation. I just think that it should, for a taxpayer, I should have the right to be able to vote if the school committee should get the extra money. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I believe the school committee already has a budget of $62 million already. How big is our town? How many residents do we have for taxpayers? Maybe 10,000? And they want $19,000 more, and I'm not talking about all the other taxes. This is just the school committee. So to me, I think they have more than enough. You know, and I think and I'll just reiterate and then I'll be finished, that I should be able to vote and put the Prop 2.5 on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Further discussion. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Anna. I live at 100 West Street. I've also never spoken in front of the committee before. I am just a mom in Whitman with a first grader, and it's distressing to me to hear the select board talk about the money that they are giving to the school district, giving to the regional school district, as opposed to looking at it as a budget as a whole, that they don't need to be separated out. So that to me feels concerning and validates some of the things that I've been hearing some of you saying about different departments being pitted against each other. And for me as a parent, knowing that my child is a direct benefactor of the school district, and that reducing their budget, which isn't actually what anybody's talking about. Well, I think some people are hoping for that, but can mean bigger class sizes, et cetera. But my concern is that the town of Whitman doesn't get to magically decide how much we think education costs. You know, education has costs. It's expensive. This is 50% or more of all town budgets. And we owe it to the people in our town, whether we have children or not, to educate them. And I feel that I lost my train of thought. I feel that just having an understanding that we do need to be, one, educating our children, two, we can't just decide magically that just people should be paid less or that materials should cost less because they cost what they cost. And to maintain the education that we have for our children, we want to be able to support the school committee's budget. And we want to make sure that we are being thoughtful about that from all town departments, that it's not just the school committee budget, the school district budget that, is ballooning. It's a cost for everything is. It's not just the schools. And our kids matter. My child matters. And I want to know that the town is going to have a commitment to what the finance committee is talking about looking at the overarching costs and not just, Band-Aids that cause strife, like an override. Because now we're saying, we're being asked again to spend more money, we're being asked again to spend more money. So when we put forth a budget that really does reflect the actual cost of educating the children in this town, people are going to be tired of it. So I agree with voting no, because we need to be giving our schools what they need now to operate as they are, and then looking at how we might need to be spending money on the town we care about and on the children we care about long term. Thank you.
We have a motion to move the question. Do we have a second? All in favor of ending debate on Article 49, say yes. Opposed, no. Debate is ended. Now we'll proceed to a vote on Article 49. All in favor of Article 49, say yes. Opposed, no. We're going to go to a standing vote on this one, folks. If all in favor, please rise, and if the tellers would please make a count.
Okay. 19 yeses upstairs.
All right, please be seated. And if the no votes would rise, please.
$58 noes upstairs. 58. That was 58, 5-8.
Yep, got it. Thank you. 70.
All right, we have 160 against, 81 for. The article fails. Ms. Carter? Ms. Carter?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend Article 2, line 21 of the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District.
I'm sorry, we're not at Article 2 yet.
Oh.
Article P3 is next. P3 is next. Okay. The following articles are numbered with the preceding P are appropriations from the current or prior fiscal year and will be expended in the current fiscal year, FY 2024. Article P3, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $525.64 from free cash to pay the following fiscal year, FY 23 bills for the fire department. Specialty Vehicles, Inc., $188.64. MJ Gretschel Plumbing and Heating Incorporated, $337, or take any other action relative thereto. A motion. Do we have a second? Second. Discussion of Article P3. Okay, this will require a 4/5 majority to pass, so if it's not unanimous, we'll have to do a standing count. All in favor of Article P3 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article P3 is adopted unanimously. Article P4, to see if the town will vote to transfer $500 from free cash to be added to the accountant's expense line, reference line 5 of Article 2 of the May 1, 2023 annual town meeting, to supplement the expenses incurred in FY 2024 or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of P4. All in favor of P4 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article P4 is... I'm sorry.
The last year's, the bills from FY '23, right?
So where were we? Okay, so all in favor of P4 say yes. Opposed, no. P4 passes unanimously. Ms. Carter. Okay. Article P5, to see if the town will vote to transfer a sum of money from free cash to be added to the fire department salary line, reference line 16, Article 2 of the May 1, 2023 annual town meeting, to supplement the salary of the fire department, firefighter, paramedics, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion? A motion and a second. Ms. Carter.
Yes, motion to amend Article P5 to see if the town will vote to transfer $90,000 from free cash to be added to the fire department salaries line, reference line 16 of Article 2 of the May 1st, 2023 annual town meeting, to supplement the salary of the fire department, firefighter, paramedics, or take any other action relative thereto, proposed by the fire chief. Finance committee voted 0-6-0 to not recommend.
We have a motion to amend Article P5. Do we have a second? All right, discussion of the amendment to Article P5.
Good evening. Tim Clancy, 21 Bloss Road, your fire chief. I just wanted to address this. This deficit is a compounding effect of many events this year. I had 2 unexpected retirements that were unplanned for. I also had 2, at one point I had 3 injured on duty members that were out of work. In order for us to provide the citizens of the town the services that we provide, we need 6 people there at all times so that we can run both ambulances and still be able to respond to fire calls. Also, another contributing factor is the Brockton Hospital being closed. Our transport times have gotten longer. I have people farther distances away, and this has resulted in some increase in callback. I ask you for your support on this article. Thank you.
Discussion of the amendment to P5.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Bob Kimball. A few years ago, there was a discussion on town meeting floor that we couldn't add money to an article that wasn't printed in the warrant. Could I have an answer on that, please?
Ms. McNulty.
I don't believe that was the issue. The issue is that you cannot amend up. So I have long ruled, and I was just saying, I think I'm going on 30 years, that when it's a sum of money and there's no amount there, you can amend to put the amount in. If, however, the article had said to transfer 90,000 and somebody wanted to amend it to 100,000, that would be out of order and not within the scope of the article.
Other discussion of the amendment to Article P5.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Well, typically I would wait till the amendment was passed before I gave the opinion of the Finance Committee. I don't know if you want to make that.
If you want to do it now, that's fine.
Okay. So the Finance Committee voted not to recommend this article, initially because there was no dollar figure provided. It is now the custom and the policy of the Finance Committee to not accept, to not vote a recommendation on any article that has no sum of money. Now that we have a sum of money, we are still not in favor of this particular article. We have no backup that was provided for the Finance Committee's deliberations, and we have some concerns that will be addressed when we get to an actual vote on this article. So thank you for your question.
Discussion of the motion to amend this article. All right, then all in favor of amending Article P5, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Okay, Article P5 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All right, all in favor of Article P... I'm sorry, Ms. Otina?
Next time I'll wear heels. So, the Finance Committee voted not to recommend this article. As Mr. Anderson stated, we did not receive any dollar figure to deliberate. We did not receive any backup to explain to us why this dollar figure was requested. Now that we have the dollar figure, we believe this is a backdoor maneuver to increase a budget that has already been approved by an earlier town meeting. I want to give you the numbers. In fiscal 23, this line was $3,547,699. Fiscal 24, and I know the numbers don't mean anything, it's just me talking, but I'll give you the percent. Fiscal 24, the fire salary line item was $3,888,696, or a 9.61% increase. Adding $90,000 to that line item increases it to a dollar figure that I won't bother to announce, but a 12.5% increase in the fire salary budget. The Finance Committee urges you to vote no on this article.
Chief.
Thank you, Ms. Otina. I will just reiterate, I am tasked with protecting this town, and I'll do whatever it takes to protect this town. That being said, we have gone forward. We're running the 2 ambulances. In 2017, you approved an override, which increased us to 6 members that afforded us the opportunity to run 2 ambulances all the time, and also remain 2 people in town to respond to the next emergency. That being said, with the closure of the Brockton Hospital, I've been sending ambulances all the way to Boston, routinely. They're going all over. Ambulances, on average, have been at hospitals for 90 to 120 minutes, which generates recall. I need to have people here to respond to the next emergency when you call. That being said, it is an increase on that. I had 2 unexpected retirements. I called for civil service lists. 20 years ago, people would be knocking the door down. I called for 3 civil service lists, and nobody signed the list. Nobody signed that list to come in. Went to a BLS list. I was able to get 1 EMT to sign to come to work for us who's currently in the academy. We're having a tough time finding people, but I am tasked to protect you, and having those ambulances run and having those people come in on callback to protect you when you call again is what I will continue to do. I would appreciate your support on this article.
Other discussion of the amended article. Mr. Anderson.
So I just want to make it clear that we certainly support the work that the fire service provides to the town. We are concerned when they don't have enough budget, but we are also concerned for the sustainability of this budget. And I have to say that the P articles typically are used to, as you could see from the first few that were voted, to pay a previous year bill, something that got put to the side or didn't come in time, and now town meeting needs to act to pay an outstanding bill. For the Finance Committee's deliberations, we're concerned that this method of supplementing a prior year budget could actually move to other departments. There's nothing to say that the library could now, for lack of a better idea, overspend their budget and come to town meeting to supplement their salary line for the previous year. So that's the concern. Again, we fully support the work of our firefighters, but we ask you to consider the sustainability of the budget. And that's why we're asking you to vote no. Thank you.
Sir.
Good evening, Brendan Griffin, 176 Temple Street. I just want to echo what Chief Clancy said. Has anyone had to have an ambulance lately? Have you sat in a waiting room? Paramedics are underpaid. We need firefighters. We need a response team. If it costs what it costs, it is what it is. The fire department is essential to all of our safety, and to deny them an increase over whatever it is y'all are bickering about is ridiculous.
Further discussion, P5. Mr. Lyon.
I would ask that in voting...
You can identify yourself, sir.
Frank Lynham, Bedford Street, Whitman, used to work here. I would ask that when you vote on this article, you give no consideration to the comment about it being a P article. The reason it's a P article is in the past, and some of you will well remember this, we used to hold 2 town meetings on the same night. We'd open, then we'd adjourn and go to the special town meeting. We'd go through the warrant for the special town meeting. Then we would adjourn that and come back to the open meeting. It was simply a matter of process and quorum issues that led us to begin including current year budget requests that have shortfalls or unpaid bills into one warrant to make it simply one meeting.
Further discussion of the amended article. All right, then we'll move to a vote. All in favor of Article P5 as amended, say yes. Yes. No? No. Article P5 is adopted. Article P6, to see if the town will vote to transfer a sum of money from free cash to be added to the police department salary lines, reference line 15 of Article 2 of the May 1, 2023 annual town meeting to supplement the salaries of the police department or take any other action relative thereto. Ms. Carter.
Thank you.
We have a motion on that, by the way? And a second? Okay, Ms. Carter.
Motion to amend Article P6 to see if the town will vote to transfer $90,000 from free cash to be added to the police department salaries line, reference line 15 of Article 2 of the May 1st, 2023 annual town meeting to supplement the salaries of the police department or take any other action relative thereto, proposed by the police chief. Finance committee voted 0-6-0 to not recommend.
Do we have a second? Second, all right. Discussion. Chief Hamlin?
Okay, so for us, Article P6 also has to do with personnel. Annually, we've had shifts going unfilled due to lack of proper funding, and that forces the department to run shorthanded when shifts should be fully staffed to ensure public safety. Currently, for this fiscal year, we are at 473 shifts that went unfilled so far. And just to give you an example, a full-time officer works 243 shifts a year, so that's almost 2 bodies. And as another example, 360 shifts equals 1 full month of police services. But what this boils down to is we've had up to 25% of our force has been depleted. We've had officers out on extended leave, which left us shorthanded, and that requires us to fill them with overtime. In anticipation of retirements, of which we had 2 regular retirements in this fiscal year, at the beginning of the year, and then 2 of the people who were out on extended leave, we needed to backfill those positions with personnel. So that involves sending them to an academy, and academies cost money, and they are unavailable to work shifts. So we had 2 student officers in training at the Plymouth Police Academy most recently, and that amount amounted to $53,897.36 that wasn't accounted for in this year's budget. And prior to that, we had 2 student officers in training at the Randolph Police Academy, and just for this fiscal year, that amounted to $41,647.96. So that's over $95,000. We're doing the best we can with what we have annually, and so that is the short answer. If I need to get into it a little bit deeper, we can do that. But with changes being made, some people retiring, that sometimes has the option for promotions, which we had, one to sergeant and another one into the detective division, and that also takes up training. So the training budget is really what's driving this article for us.
Discussion of the motion to amend Article P6. All right, all in favor of amending P6, say yes. Opposed, no? No. Article P6 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. Mr. Anderson.
So again, just to reiterate the discussion of the Finance Committee voted unanimously not to support this article for the same reason as the previous article. We did not get any backup information. Of course, getting it tonight is certainly helpful for town meeting. But just cumulatively speaking, the total of both of these, this and the previous article, is pretty much 1/3 of the amount of the override. So it's important just to keep that in context. Again, Finance Committee supports the work of our public service. Thank you.
Other discussion of the amendment of the amended article. All right, all in favor of, I'm sorry, Ms. Otina.
And just briefly to provide you with the same information as I did with the fire department article, fiscal 23, the salary was $3,193,108. In fiscal 24, I won't give you the number, I'll give you the increase. The police department's salary increase was 6.64%. Adding $90,000 to their fiscal 24 budget increases it to a 9.46%. For the same reasons that we stated for P5, we oppose P6.
Other discussion of the amended article. Yes, ma'am.
Tina Moniz, 20 Vauxhall Run. I just want to make the point that if we have free cash for fire and we have free cash for the police, then let's make sure we save the free cash for the school that we're trying to fund, because we just are about to almost give away $180,000 when we could be using that for the other things. I'd love to help out the fire chief. I'd love to help out the police chief. But we all just not five, I guess way more than 5 minutes at this point, but we are so big on the school's got to stay at 5%, the school's got to stay at 5%, but everyone else seems to have no problem going up on percentages.
Other discussion of the amended article. All right, then, seeing none, all in favor of Article P6 as amended, say yes. Opposed, no. Article P6 is adopted. Article P7, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $8,436.44 from free cash to pay First Student Inc. to pay a prior year invoice for transportation services for the Norfolk Agricultural High School for the school year 2022-2023, which invoice was not received prior to the close of the fiscal year 2023, or take any other action relative thereto. Do we have a motion? And a second. Discussion of P7. All right, we'll proceed to a vote then. This does require a 4/5 vote since it's a prior fiscal year. So if this is not unanimous, we'll have to do a standing count. All in favor of P7, say yes. Opposed, no. Article P7 is adopted unanimously. Article P8, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $136,492.74 from the Reserve for Appropriation Cable Access Account to fund public education and government access programming in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53F and 3/4, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of P8. All right, seeing none, all in favor of P8 say yes. Opposed, no. Article P8 passes unanimously. Article P9, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $5,205.25 from free cash to pay the following fiscal year FY 2023 bills for the Department of Public Works. Express Newspapers, $45.25. Environmental Partners, $5,160, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of P9. All right, this also requires a 4/5 vote. All in favor of P9, say yes. Opposed, no. P9 passes unanimously. The following articles are appropriations for the fiscal year 2025 and will be available if voted on July 1, 2024. Article 2, to determine how much money the town will raise and appropriate for general government protection of persons and property, health and sanitation, public works, veterans benefits, education, library, recreation, unclassified, specifying what appropriation shall be taken from the receipt of the department or take any other action relative thereto. Do we have a motion? And a second. All right, discussion of Article 2. Ms. Carter.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend Article 2, line 21 of the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District operating expense to $18,626,475 listed on the Finance Committee recommendation column of Article 2.
Okay. We haven't gotten to that point yet, but we can discuss this amendment. We'll discuss this amendment as we go through. We'll question these line items. As Ms. Carter's question 21, we'll go through these, and anybody who has questions about individual line items, we will deal with those individually separately. And Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Moderator, the Finance Committee would like to amend Article 2 as well. To determine how much money the town will raise and appropriate and transfer from free cash for general government, protection of persons and property, health and sanitation, public works, veterans benefits, education, library, recreation, and unclassified, specifying what appropriations shall be taken from the receipt of a department or take any other action relative thereto.
We have a motion to amend Article 2. We have a second. Discussion of the amendment. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The discussion from the Finance Committee was spelled out in the opening comments. In order to avoid the override that was defeated by town meeting, we need to supplement the line item for the school assessment with the use of free cash. And by amending the language in this article, we are adding the words "and transfer from free cash" to that funding mechanism. Thank you.
Other discussion of the amendment to Article 2. Yes, Mr. Kimball.
Just a clarification, Bob Kimball, lady, 877 Auburnville Way. Moving forward, are we going to vote which budget are we going to be voting? The Finance Committee budget?
We are voting the Finance Committee numbers.
So it's going to be the Finance Committee budget without the other two of the
That's
selectmen.
correct, unless
Thank you
they're
very
amended.
much. I appreciate it.
All right, other discussion of the motion to amend. All right, all in favor? I'm sorry, Mr. Yes, sir. Mr. Galvin.
John Galvin, 41 High Street. By my estimation in looking at the Article 2 document, free cash is being used throughout this warrant article for many, many items. In looking at the calculations of what we have for free cash and what will be left in free cash when all the existing articles are considered and debated, I only see that there's going to be about $14,000 left in free cash with the articles that are already here. So I'm wondering who's going to track all of these free cash that the Finance Committee wants to use and how it will affect all the other articles that we're considering tonight. You can't just say we're going to use $509,000 worth of free cash without tracking it and making sure that all the other articles that we're going to use it for, it will no longer be available for. So I'd like a list of all the articles of where this $509,000 is going to come from before we vote to amend this article.
Ms. Otina.
When the Finance Committee put together its recommendation for the warrant articles that deal with money, we had at our disposal information on the fund balances Thank you. The fund balances that were going to be used for free cash for different articles that will come after Article 2, as well as the available funds in capital stabilization. I can assure you, and I'd be happy to share my spreadsheet with you, that even after appropriating $180,000 in free cash for P5 and P6, if all of the Finance Committee recommendations are approved by town meeting, there will still be a balance of $115,834.38 in free cash.
Further discussion of the motion to amend Article 2. Yes, Ms. Landerville.
I have a question. How much is actually in free cash?
Ms. Otina?
At the start of town meeting, the free cash balance was $1,378,756.
Further discussion of the motion to amend Article 2. All right, then, all in favor of amending Article 2, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Okay, Article 2 is amended. All right, the process we're going to go through now is we are going to, I'm going to call off 10-line segments that you can see here in your warrant. If you have a question on any line, just shout out question and the number that you wish to count. And again, we'll go in 10-line increments. When we're done with that, we will set aside the question line items, and we will vote the remainder of Article 2 according to the Finance Committee recommendation. We will then come back and discuss each of the question line items and vote on them individually. All right? So any questions on lines 1 through 10? 1. 5. I'm sorry? 5. 9. And 10. Okay. Lines 11 through 20. 16. 20. 21 to 30, we already have a question on 21. 24. 'And finally, lines 31 through 35. All right, so the questions I have right now are for number 1, 5, 9, 10, 16, 20, 21, and 24. Are there any others? 35. I'm sorry, 15? So we have 1, 5, 9, 10, 15, 16, 20, 21, 24, 35. Any others? 29. Yeah, 29. One, 5, 9, 10, 15, 16, 20, 21, 24, 29, 35. All right? All right? Point of order? Yeah.
John Galvin, 41 High Street. Currently, right now, the Finance Committee column that we're considering is out of balance. It does not There is more expenditures than are projected by the town revenue. I think it's important that we get an understanding and we have the motions and debate on where that money is going to come from.
So that's not a point of order. The point of order has to do with the process that we're using to do the meeting. If you wish to, question individual items as they come up, we can do that.
Okay, I just think we need to, the money's not available right now, so we're debating line items. And then, so unless we're going to be cutting line items, we can't consider the FinCom column because it's out of budget by over $500,000. That's...
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As I mentioned in my opening statement, there are a significant amount of warrant articles that need to be amended, and they're going to be amended by utilization of capital stabilization. So that's why your free cash numbers don't add up, is that we are supplementing the free cash by using capital stabilization. We're also recommending that at least one article, the amount be changed. So that's why your math isn't adding up. Finance Committee has a balanced budget they're presenting tonight, and it includes all of the warrant articles and amendments that are associated with them. Thank you.
All right, so it's the question items again, numbers 1, 5, 9, 10, 15, 16, 20, 21, 24, 29, and 35. Ms. Carter?
I agree with Mr. Galvin. The FinCom budget is not balanced. It's in a deficit of 509,212. How can we go through these and vote these when we don't know that the articles that they're amending, are going to happen? Right now, it's not a balanced budget.
We can question line items as many as we need to.
So I think the question is the $509,212 is the utilization of free cash as was amended by town meeting for Article 2 to supplement the school's assessment. That's where the $509,000, that is why we amended Article 2 at the beginning of this particular warrant article. I hope that answers your question.
Ms. Carter?
Then when we vote the articles, you're tracking which ones can be approved and which ones can't because you're taking money from capital stabilization and then the balance is from free cash. And that won't affect any other articles?
All right, then, again, articles, line items 1, 5, 9, 10, 15, 16, 20, 21, 24, 29, and 35 are questioned. We'll vote now on the other non-questioned line items according to the Finance Committee recommendations. So all in favor, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Okay, that passes. Let's now return to the question line items. Line item number 1. Who had a question on that? You can use this microphone. Ms. Varley.
Dawn Varley, 135 Washington Street, also the town clerk in Whitman. I brought before the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee a budget that I thought was appropriate for the upcoming year. Just like the police and the fire, I might not save lives, but I do run your elections, and I do oversee a lot of town governments. A lot of you come into my office and you ask for help and guidance, and we are there with a happy face. So the first one is for the town meeting and elections, and I feel that $59,000 is adequate and it's what I need. There are, with early voting, there are costs that I cannot get rid of. We adopted them. Because of COVID, I hate to throw COVID in there, but COVID allowed for early voting in person and early voting by mail. That is something that we will never get rid of. Once this opportunity was presented to the voters of the town, they like it, or not just the town, the state, they like it. And it's there to stay, and it's not my law, it's not the Board of Selectmen's law, it's the state law, and we have to comply. That has caused a huge increase in my staff salary. I hire election workers at $15 an hour. I get student volunteers to help. I try everything that I can to make it possible. One of the things that was brought up, that my election workers get fed, so that I could go to BJ's and buy their food. I can go to Stop and Shop and buy their food. They don't get fed gourmet meals. Half the time I cook I add to it so that they have a little bit more, maybe a soup and a sandwich. They're not getting, and I'm not going to mention the company, but the person who does it for me does it for very cheap. For every election, it's about $1,000 to feed 45 to 50 people. Now, that includes your police officers who are standing outside sometimes in the rain and in the cold. It's my election workers who work 16 to 19 hours. You guys go home, it's election day, all the work that happens before, you come in, you see them, some of them might be reading newspapers or crocheting or whatever they do, and you sit out there and you wait for the results and you cheer, sometimes you cry, whatever it is, but you leave and those doors close and my people are working their fannies off to get the official results every single time, and I owe them the $59,000 to pay them for a service that they provide to you and to the federal government and to the state government. Thank you.
Other discussion of line item 1? All in favor of line item 1, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Line item 1 is adopted unanimously. Line item 5, we had a question on that. Ms. Landeville.
I had a question about the significant increase, $15,075.
Point of order? There was no motion to amend.
You were working on the Finance Committee numbers, correct?
Right.
All right, so then there was...
So then we need to amend it then.
There was a discussion about the request for 59,000. So what was just voted by the meeting? The Finance Committee 56.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
You didn't make a motion to amend.
You didn't make a motion to amend.
Well, I thought that's what we were doing when we questioned.
I think we've always done a motion to amend. When you
Right.
question the article,
Can I reconsider and then do the motion to amend? Because I think,
a motion to reconsider has to come from the side that passed it, that somebody who voted in favor of this motion could make a motion to reconsider, and if that passes, then it would be back before the committee, back before the meeting.
Second? Okay, we have a motion to reconsider.
okay. So then I have to do a motion to
I'm
amend.
sorry, we have to vote on that. All in favor of reconsidering line item 1? Opposed, no? Okay, we'll reconsider line item 1.
So I'm not going to make my speech again. I already made my speech. So the motion, I'm asking for a motion to amend Article 1 to read 59,000, the original amount that I had asked for.
All right, discussion, I'm sorry, we have a motion now to amend. Do we have a second? Second, okay. Discussion of the motion to amend. Mr. Lynham.
I believe we have a cash account that carries funds received from the state for elections, and that money is available without appropriation. I don't know why we can't use that instead of
I can answer that.
amending this.
Ms. Varley.
Mr. Lynham, we use pretty much, I'm not sure what we're going to have in there, but last year that's what we used to fund line number 1. We used, I had asked probably about $40,000 last year to fund Article 1, line 1, Article 2. So we used most of it. I'm not sure what's left in there. Last I knew there was like $2,000 left in there. And we will get some type of reimbursement for the early voting. He is correct. So we get state, does Ken know what it is?
Approximately $20,000.
Okay. So we still have, other elections. I feel, I'm being honest with you, I don't know what's in other stabilization accounts, but we do have a district election that's coming up January 25th. I know that's supposed to be being paid for out of, but from the social VOTEC. All I can say is I believe that $59,000 is what I need to run that.
Other discussion of the motion to amend, Mr. George.
Chris George, 4 Shelley Lane. I know dollar figures here aren't a lot of money, but I like to look at percentages. 56.5 is still 25% increase. I think given everything we're voting on tonight, that's pretty substantial. If everybody's kind of being asked to look at things here, I don't see any reason why we don't take the Finance Committee's recommendation. Keep it at 56.5.
Other discussion, Ms. Farley.
The reason it's the 59, Chris, is because we have a presidential election November 4th that is going to include 2 weeks of early voting in person. Whether I have one person or 20,000 people, not 20,000 because we have 11,000 voters, but we have to fund the early voting. It will come back around, but it doesn't come back before the election. So we have the November 5th presidential election. We have the September 3rd primary election that requires a week of early voting. It's not only, we have to do early voting by mail, and we mailed out 1,300 annual ballots for this election that just is coming up May 18th. Last year we had 39 absentee early voters. We have gotten back, the last count I knew was 250 absentee early voting ballots for May 18th. That is record-breaking. So when you say that, I understand what you're saying, but it's a presidential budget, that's why.
Other discussion of the motion to amend line 1. All right, then all in favor of amending line 1 to $59,000 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. That amendment fails. All right, proceed. Then we need to revote our line 1, then I presume. So we're going to revote on the Finance Committee recommendation. All in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no.
No.
Line 1 passes. Line 5. We had a question about the accountant.
I know we're voting on the Finance Committee's recommendation, but that's quite a jump on the
Ms. Carter?
salary. On the salary.
Ms. Carter.
Thank you. The reason that line was increased was for the town accountant's position. We have been advertising for a town accountant. It is extremely difficult to find a town accountant with municipal experience. Our auditors have suggested that the town accountant be paid the same as the treasurer collector, but based on the schedule. So the treasurer collector works a 5-day week, and the town accountant works a 4-day week. But that's the reason for the increase. We had our accountant leave in February, and we have applications now. Most of those are applicants without municipal experience. So this will help us attract a candidate with municipal experience.
Other comment on line 5? All right, all in favor of line 5 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Line 5 passes unanimously. Line 9. Question on line 9. Ms. Farley?
I'd like to make a motion to amend line 9 to read $182,673. This is what I asked the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen for, and I just ask that you approve it and hear me out.
We have a motion to amend line 9. Do we have a second? Second. Discussion of the amendment to line 9.
Should I talk now?
You may talk.
Hi. I have been the town clerk in the town clerk's office since 2001. 5 years of that as the assistant, and the past 12 years as the elected town clerk. I have taken education courses throughout my career. I'm a certified municipal clerk through the International Association. I have taken Massachusetts Town Clerk Certification Exam, and I'm a certified Massachusetts Municipal Clerk. I also have enough credits to apply for my Master Municipal Clerk designation. I continually take educational courses pertinent to my office, and I feel that an education and informed clerk is not only beneficial, but essential to the citizens of the town of Whitman. The duties of my office are complex, directed by 74 chapters and 451 statutes described in the Massachusetts general laws, plus the specific bylaws of the town. The job is not the same as it was 10 years ago. The federal and state laws have made the position more accountable to the citizens, rightly so, and the extra workload continues to escalate, not diminish. As an elected official, I receive no other benefits given to others by contracts or agreements other than health insurance and retirement. When I first come to town hall, we had computers, but no software for the data. Everything was handwritten or typed. After taking an access course, I was able to write 6 software programs that the clerk's office still utilizes today. I continue to alter and maintain those software programs without any cost to the taxpayers. I work long hours, especially during election season, and do whatever is necessary to get the job done properly and within the laws. The department heads are the people that keep our local governments going on a daily basis. We are the people on the front lines, and I feel that I manage my office very efficiently and responsibly. In the past 10 years, the town has done what is called a salary adjustment. I have not been included in the long-term plan from the Board of Selectmen. Being an elected official, it is my responsibility to bring my salary adjustment to the voters directly. I regard myself as professional, and I would like your support and your vote of confidence for a fair and equitable salary adjustment. I have some salary comparisons. So Hanover, these are the demographics. I know it's hard to see them, but I'll explain them to you. Hanover, this was based on FY24, not FY25. Hanover Town Clerk makes $81,550. Their population is 14,883. Holliston makes $89,000. Their population is 14,996. Uxbridge, which is right above me, she makes $92,000 with a population of 15,000. I meant right below me. Me, myself, based on with my FY24, without any of the incentives that I got, was $72,296, and that's based on $15,121. Rainham, the town clerk, makes $98,763 with a population of 15,142, and Belchertown makes $91,188 with a population of 15,350. So then I took it just a tad bit further, and I went back to FY 2012 when I became the town clerk versus FY 25, which you see in your Article 2 today. And I looked at the increases. The facilities director, we didn't have one, so that's a 100% increase. The IT director, it was $50,000. This number is actually a little bit off because we actually hired out the high school students, so I apologize to you, Josh, ahead of time. It says he actually started at $100,000, and then he only went to 42, so his number is 65% increase. It should be down a little bit lower. The police chief, he started in FY12, not him particularly, but the position at $94,000. Today it's at $191,000, that's a 51% increase. The selectman's administrative assistant in 2012 was making $37,000 and change. Today is making $73,000, $818. That's a 49% increase. The town administrator was making in 2012 $88,939. Today, what you'll see is $168,096. That's an increase of 47%. The assistant town administrator back in FY12 was making $55,900. What you'll see in Article 2 today is $100,760. That's an increase of 45%. The building inspector was making $55,901. And today, in Article 2, you'll see $97,184. That's a 42% increase. The fire chief was making $99,419. In today's budget, you'll see $170,959. That's an increase of 42%. The accountant was making $57,579 and is now making $89,179. That's a 35% increase. The assessor was making $57,579 and is now making $86,100. That's a 33% increase. The treasurer collector was making $77,250, is now making $111,367. That's a 31% increase. And then the town clerk, that's me. In 2012, I was making $57,579. Today, what you'll see in Article 2 is $78,446. That's an increase of 27%. So I'm asking that the town amend based on the surrounding towns and what other town clerks are making, what managers in the town of Whitman with the salary adjustments that they said they were going to give, and eventually it would get to me. The Madden report says that I should at least be making what the assessor's office, I know you've all heard that, and the assessor is making $86,100. So I'm asking that the voters vote to amend line number line number 9 to read $90,000. And I think that's in between the two towns that were below me and above me. One was $92,000, one was $98,000, and I think $90,000 is a fair. That would be a 36% increase if I got the $90,000 with the 78, which is in there now, 78,446. It's a 27% jump. Whereas everybody else, you have 65, 51, 49, 47. It's, I don't know if it's discrimination. I don't know if it's a personal problem, but there is a problem. So I would like your support in amending this article to read $90,000 and pay your town clerk what she's worth. Thank you.
Other discussion of the amendment to Article 9. Yes, Ms. Howe.
Laura Howe, 185 School Street, Whitman, and Selectman, and as many of you know, ACO. I heard a word discrimination in there, and I would like to address that and say there is no discrimination. Secondly, I would like to say that I understand that Dawn and her office works very hard. I, as ACO, have seen Dawn's programs. One of them is for animal control. I have no access to it. It's why I have no access to the licensing of animals in this town other than looking through a stack of paperwork this thick. So, that doesn't impress me. And I am tired as a town person, a resident, a parent, a selectman, and as a town worker that was not mentioned on that list because my money that I make isn't even worth mentioning. We cannot afford, there was a 555 given because then you step down and retire. We cannot keep paying things. And I appreciate everybody's credentials. I have some myself, but I don't get up and ask for more money. We need to figure out a budget and feed our families. I hear all the time that people don't care about children up here. Everyone knows my history with caring about children. What I care about is how every single person here feeds their family, because that brings problems to a family. When everybody's working 2, 3 jobs and they can't make ends meet, then there's infighting. Then there's people don't see each other. People don't have dinners. Remember, I did high-risk care for 7 years, which is extremely important to me. And that was taking care of children that didn't get dinners and didn't have families with all this excess. Sometimes we have to just live within our means. And some people, like me, are happy no matter what I make, and I will not do comparisons, because if I did, you would be sickened by what all the surrounding towns get. But I don't come up here and complain about it because I love my job.
Yeah, but Ms. Varley.
Okay, so when I said my amendment, I said $90,000 because I was looking at just my line as a salary line. But the amendment, I think, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, I have to withdraw my $90,000 amendment and make it the $182,673, which I think I said in the very beginning. Because that's what I have written down.
I'm not taking the minutes, but I thought I heard that you were moving the 182, your amendment was for the 182,673.
It was, but we were talking specifically about why it was that was because of the 90,000. I think I did do that. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion of the amendment. Yes, ma'am.
Anna Horahan, 100 West Street. I just want to speak a little solidarity into the right for any person to be able to ask for an increase in salary commensurate with their experience and with local area salaries that are similar. And I think it's wildly inappropriate to put the mouths of hungry babes on one person's salary in the town just because it's its own line item. I'm curious why the Finance Committee wanted the same amount as the Select Board.
Mr. Anderson?
So I think you'll find that the Finance Committee is concurring with the Selectmen's recommended with override budget lines. So all the lines are the same. With respect to this salary line, the Finance Committee did have an extended conversation regarding the town clerk's salary. And as was mentioned by Selectman Howe, this salary line is affected by what was referred to as a Lexington plan or a composite of a Lexington plan, which gives some incentive for an early retirement by providing an extra amount for 3 years, with the expectation that on the 4th year, the person either retires or the salary is reduced. So with respect to the work that the town clerk does and the office of the town clerk, I concur 100%. But at this time, Finance Committee's recommendation is printed in the warrant and asks you not to support the amendment. Thank you.
Other discussion of the amendment motion? All right, all in favor of amending Article line 9, say yes. Opposed, no. Okay, Article 9 is not amended. Any other discussion of Article 9? Line 9, I'm sorry. Line 9. All right, all in favor of line 9 as per the Finance Committee recommendation printed in the warrant, say yes. Opposed, no. Line 9 is passed. Line 10, we had a question on 10.
It was me, and I'm not going to go forward.
Okay, no question on 10. All in favor of line 10, say yes. Opposed, no. Line 10 is adopted unanimously. Line 15. We had a question on 15. Did we have a question on 15? Yes, ma'am.
Jen Roback, 879 Bedford Street. I just need clarification. I'm not good at this. The decrease of 85, is that due to the money that the 90,000 we gave earlier in the night? Because it's about around the same amount for the finance.
Chief?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Chief, did you want to address that question?
Okay, so I was just trying to confirm what that $85,000 difference, which line it is. So it's the difference between the departmental request and the FinCom recommendation, is what I'm told.
All right, any other questions on 15? Mr. George.
Oh, the departmental request. Okay.
Any questions on 15? All right, all in favor of line 15, say yes. Opposed, no. Line 15 is adopted unanimously. Line 16, the fire department. Question on the fire department, Ms. Landeville.
I had a discussion earlier, but I also have a question. The Holbrook Regional Dispatch Service, has anyone shopped around for other companies to find out?
Chief?
Tim Clancy, 21 Bloss Road, your fire chief. Mr. Landeville, it's a contractual agreement we entered into the Holbrook 911 dispatch communication system. They answer our 911 calls. They dispatch us to emergencies. That was also part of the override when we ended up with the 6-member shifts. That afforded us the opportunity to take 6 people out on the street to do these extra calls and provide extra staffing. The shopping was done when we went to them. It's regulated by state 911. I think if I was to try and change and go to another regional dispatch center, I think it would be rejected. And compared to a lot of the other communities that are paying for regional dispatch centers, although that figure looks very large to you, in the grand scheme of things, we actually have a really good deal with them currently. And the increase is I think it's a 2.5% contractual increase from last year.
Can you give me some examples of other towns and what they're paying?
No. I just know most of the other communities, they're in Holbrook dispatch and north of $100,000. I can't give you specifics because I don't see their contracts.
Other questions on 16? All right, then, all in favor of line 16, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Line 16 is adopted unanimously. Question on line 20. Line 20. Ms. Byers.
Don Byers, 20 Russell Road. Could we have an explanation under other vocational schools, which schools they are, and how the amount is divided among those schools, as well as vocational transportation, which schools is that provided for? And is it split among multiple vocational schools?
Do we have such a someone who can answer that question? Ms. Carter?
Thank you. So that is for the other vocational tuition. It's Norfolk Aggie and Bristol. And that is 15, calculated at 15 students to Norfolk and 1 at Bristol. We currently have 1 student there. And that is the breakup for the tuition. Let me just take a look here. $443,600 is what we calculate. Of course, that's an estimate because we're not sure exactly. There are children that apply to these schools, but they don't go. Also, for the information that we received, there could be other people that end up applying and going to the school. So it is an estimate, but it's for a total of 16 students between the 2 schools.
Other questions on 20? Yes, sir.
Marshall Latino, 100 Lazel Street. Could
you explain why the 67% increase in their transportation for the vocational transportation?
Ms. Carter.
Yes, so the town is responsible for the transportation to the Norfolk and the Bristol. We had one student going to Bristol. Hanson had two to go to Bristol. We actually shopped around to get a good price for transportation, and it was quite a bit, and that was shared between the Whitman and Hanson. They took 2/3, we took 1/3, but that cost was $90,000? 19 to 20 additional from the previous year, 19 to 20 additional on that.
Other questions on 20? Ms. Byers.
Thank you, moderator. Not a question, but more a follow-up on information. Just regarding the Whitman-Hanson Regional School budget, for the taxpayers to understand, it does not include costs associated with paying for uniforms, referees, or bus transportation to athletics, which is important, and I support that. But that's paid by families and individual user fees that families pay individually at Whitman-Hanson Regional School District. These vocational schools, all three of them, included in the line item budget that is being funded tonight, includes the cost of athletics and those same costs. So just please an understanding that if you're a parent in Whitman and you're paying a user fee of $200 per sport, multiple sports would be ×1 or ×2. You're paying that out of your pocket because it's not included in that Whitman-Hanson operating budget, but you're also paying within the line item
We're
to those
discussing
other.
line 20 right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, and that would be the funding of those vocational schools includes those costs for all those programs in those schools.
Other discussion of line 20? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Marie Quash. I live at 14 Oakwood Ave, and I actually have a child that goes to VOTEC. And yeah, we may not pay for sports or anything else, but we have to pay for all their tools and anything else that they are using for their shop. So I appreciate your support of vocational schools.
Other questions on line 20? All right, then, all in favor of line 20, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Line 20 is adopted unanimously. Line 21. We have an amendment on line 21?
Yeah, I have it.
Can we see it, please? Do you want to make a motion?
Motion to amend Article 21 to the amount that appears...
Line 21.
I'm sorry, line 21, to the amount that appears in the Selectmen with override column, and that figure?
Is,
Actually, let's see, I have it right here. To
yeah.
amend that line to $18,626,475. Amending that line will put the FinCom recommendation column in balance.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second to amend line 21? Discussion. Mr. Lynham? Can we come to the microphone, please?
So, for clarification, the amendment is just for the regional operating expense. The other lines would have to be added to that in the total for Article 21. Otherwise, we'd be reducing the total budget.
Ms. Carter, do you want to amend your amendment? Or withdraw and submit a new amendment?
You just have to add operational expenses.
it is? Right, the motion I originally submitted is correct. Motion to amend Article 2, line 21, Whitman-Hanson Regional School District operating expense, just the operating expense line, to $18,626,475 on the Finance Committee recommendation column of Article 2.
Okay. Discussion of the motion to amend. Mr. Anderson.
So again, just to reiterate the Finance Committee's position that the $509,212 should be funded to supplement the school district assessment with the use of free cash, as was amended at the beginning of this article. So we ask you not to support the amendment. Thank you.
Other discussion of the motion to amend? Yes, ma'am.
Can anyone speak to what our children will not be able to get if we amend this?
Mr. Simiak?
Good evening, good evening, folks. Superintendent Jeff Simonak. It's the first time in 6 years that I've had to stand up here. First, I just want to say thank you for the new middle school. I know that was a big ask. If this doesn't pass through, and already there's some confusion over in Hanson right now, the probability of losing, we've already lost 5 staff members. The school committee reduced the budget by close to $1 million in April, using our E&D of $250,000 and $100,000 worth of stabilization in our special education circuit breaker budget. I also reduced 5 staff members who are retiring or not, who have decided to not come back. That's mostly at the high school. This would affect district-wide another 15 staff members. It could be less if we don't have to pink slip as many staff members. But if a staff member is pink slipped or let go, as of June 30th, they're without a contract. And if I have to overextend the amount of staff members because of unemployment costs. So the real issue here is probably a total of 20 to 22 staff members if this budget doesn't pass in both towns.
Mr. Attino.
I'm questioning why we're doing this. 2 hours ago, we voted, in effect, to take the Finance Committee's recommendations. Why are we changing this now? This feels like cutting the school budget just to cut the school budget. What they presented to us, in Mr. Anderson's words, is balanced. All the amendments coming later to the other amendments. Why are we doing this?
Ms. Carter.
Just a point of order, there has not been a vote to adopt that entire column of Article 2, so there has not been a vote to adopt all of the Finance Committee's recommendations on Article 2. The way that it was presented was that the unquestioned line items were voted, and then the items that were questioned, as is the custom of this town meeting, we go through one at a time. We hear the motions, decisions are made, and then we work through them. So I just wanted to clarify, unless the clerk has recorded something differently, I don't think we've already voted on this to accept it.
Yes, sir. No, this gentleman in the front row. We have a motion to move on the amendment. Do we have a second? All in favor then of amending of line 21, say yes. Opposed, no. All right, our line 21 is not amended. Any other discussion of 21? Mr. Galvin.
Okay, I'm back to the 509, 512. So apparently, and I just want to confirm this, we voted to use free cash to fund this 509, 512 to balance this budget. 509, 212. Okay. So my question then, Mr. Moderator, to council would be, if we're voting 509-212 and that money would only be available based on the results of further debate on later articles, do we really have that 59212 available because it's still included in other articles and that have not been amended yet?
So this meeting is breaking new ground, right? We're doing things a little differently. So the way I understand it is when Article 2, the preface of Article 2 was amended, that resulted in the meeting identifying that it was now going to fund this budget through taxes and, you know, that they're going to raise and appropriate, but also through free cash. Now, you're asking whether it's balanced. I can't answer that because it's either the FinCom or the town administrator who has the running tally. They know what they have in free cash. They know what they're going to raise and appropriate within the levy limit. They know what they're getting out of their sewer enterprise and your other receipts that you use. But they have represented to you that they have the 509-212 in free cash to balance this budget. I suspect that what will then happen is as you move to the other articles, you're going to have to make decisions at that time how you're funding those articles based on the running tally that maybe FinCom, they're nodding, is going to be keeping and is going to tell you that you have for available funds. So this vote on line 21 is not out of order because there are funds as of this moment in time that you're taking the vote in free cash. Now, when we get to one of those outer articles, if we do that tonight, noting the time, anyway, those are the questions that have to be asked at that point, because if there's no money left in the source of the funding source, if there's no money left in free cash, you can't vote it. But right now you can on this. Does that clarify? Okay, good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
John Goldrosen, 238 South Ave. Maybe you can clarify this for us. So in the other articles, when we vote how to fund it, we specify free cash as a source. At some point, are we taking a vote on how much free cash is going to be used for Article 2? It seems incomplete if we don't do that. I guess maybe I'm asking town council or finance committee or somebody. It would just seem like there has to be some vote to appropriate free cash, a particular sum to this article.
Ms. McNulty?
So I believe for those of you who have been at prior town meetings when we had the bigger worksheet, when we get down to those like the sewer enterprise fund, there was always a column, if I recall, that would tell us what we had to spend and what we were spending. And I think that's what Mr. Goldrosen is talking about relative to we don't have in this document anything that is telling the meeting how much we're taking from free cash. So I think that is part of what the missing piece is for everybody.
Mr. Anderson?
I guess I'll reiterate the position of the Finance Committee was to use $509,212 in free cash to supplement Article 2, and this line specifically. And then the remaining articles that need to be amended will then reflect the use of capital stabilization to balance the budget. So the number you're looking for is exactly the same number as was the defeated ballot and warrant article for the override. So the number is $509,212.
Sir.
Ed Winnett, 308 Rayner Ave. I want to thank the town leadership for having such an uncomfortable conversation, and it's really appreciated. One of the things, I don't know if folks saw, the article, the city of Brockton had an independent audit performed of the school budget, and they found a lot of efficiencies. And I was wondering whether or not there was a plan for the town of Whitman to do the same thing, and whether that was accounted for in line 21 or line 35. Thank you.
Mr. Evans?
Justin Evans, 57 Candlewick Lane, Whitman. Whitman and Hanson have been discussing doing that kind of an audit of the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District since, I believe it started in 2019 or 2020. Through a number of school business manager changes, we've kind of held off through COVID. We didn't get any responses to the RFPs, but I believe each town has budgeted about $17,000 to conduct that kind of an audit, hopefully beginning this summer. We have identified a consultant. We have a consultant in place, and we're ready to begin. The money's ready. It's just the school is going through a change in business manager, so we're giving them time to get people in place.
Ms. Landrieu.
I would like us to be informed when we start crossing over from the end of free cash into capital stabilization.
Other discussion of line 21. Ma'am?
Danielle Clancy, 21 Bloss Road. My question is, you're saying the money's going to come from free cash and what stabilization account? Capital stabilization. Could you clarify for us how much is in each account? I think that would make it a lot clearer and make our decisions a lot easier.
Ms. Otina.
Thank you. I think, had we thought this through back at 7 o'clock, 7:30, we may have taken a different approach and given you the holistic approach to the Finance Committee's budget, both Article 2 and its recommendation for other money-requiring articles. To answer the specific question, at the start of town meeting, capital stabilization account had a balance of $681,142.16. So far, we haven't touched it. Preview of coming attraction. The Finance Committee is going to be recommending that several capital articles that are currently written as funded by free cash will be funded by capital stabilization for a total of $318,443. So if the question is how much...
She has the floor, please.
So I'm explaining that there is money in capital stabilization, $681,142, and the Finance Committee is recommending that $318,000 is spent for capital items that have been recommended by the Capital Committee and approved by the Finance Committee. The other fund that we are discussing tonight, free cash, started with $1,378,756, and following the Finance Committee's recommendations, including the $180,000 that was appropriated for P5 and P6, free cash will be a total of, excuse me one second, $1,082,921. There is enough money in free cash to fund the Finance Committee recommendations for all of the articles, and there is enough money in capital stabilization to finance the Finance Committee's recommendation when we come to the capital articles.
We have a motion to move the question. Do we have a second? All in favor of moving to a vote on line 21, say yes. Opposed, no. All right, all in favor of line 21 as recommended by the Finance Committee, say yes. Opposed, no. Line 21 is adopted. All right. Line 24. We had a question on 24. Any question on 24? Yes, ma'am.
Danielle Clancy, 21 Bloss Road. I am the chair of the Board of Health. Every year I get up here and I say that I do this for no other reason than I love public health. And I also have a degree in education. My background is in education. I'm a little disheartened tonight to see the room as it is. It is literally split right down the middle between town and school. And we're not that, we're a community. And we need to start to act like a community, and that's part of what the Board of Health does. We try to do community program and help the whole community. And it's really disheartening. It's disheartening to see some of the behaviors in this room, some of the disrespect in this room. So I urge everybody to start to think as a community. I'm here tonight to ask to amend the Health Department salaries line to $118,839 and to amend the Health Department expenses to $21,000. I will tell you why. The Health Department salaries line, as is written by the Finance Committee, cuts are, we have a very, very small department with it is a full-time department with one health inspector, one administrative assistant, one part-time nurse who works 7 hours a week, and a volunteer Board of Health who does as much as we can. We are strictly, the board is strictly volunteer, and we have one part-time volunteer nurse as well. This drop from our salary line cuts the public health nurse hours. You can't see that, but that is where it's coming from. It directly cuts the public health nurse hours from 7 hours a week down to probably 5 hours a week. The other thing is the expense line has been cut down $2,000 from this year when we are trying to grow community programs, and we had asked for an additional $1,000. Our budget is minute as it is, and we think to cut the budget to $2,000, whose expenses have dropped in the last 2 years? Certainly not the budget, the Board of Health's expenses. It will directly affect community programs that we are providing. It will affect the very successful Sharps Day we have. We take back a huge amount of Sharps from everybody and needles twice a year. We do rabies clinics, very low cost. We don't charge. The only thing the vet charges for is a vaccine. That's coming up in June. Cutting our expense line is going to cut community programs where we're trying to increase community programs. I ask that you strongly consider this. I know it's a really tough budget year. I don't see it getting better in the future, but to cut our expenses and our public health nurse, I don't believe that's the way to go.
Do you have your amendment?
Thank you
So
for
we
your
have a
time.
motion to amend line 24. Do we have a second? All right, discussion. Ms. Connolly.
Hi, I want to agree with Ms. Clancy. The work they're doing with the Board of Health is really important. But there's a maneuver that we could make to pull, we have an opioid fund, and we have the Whitman will funded with the levy that could be funded with the opioid monies and free up $9,000. So it would require us to vote no for this. And we have an article coming up. I think it's article, this kind of why I said I pulled out 29 as the next one. So I apologize if I'm taking things out of order. But the Whitman will is 29, it's $9,000. And then we can see we have an article coming up in which we have opioid monies that we're going to make an account in which you can use freely, so they don't have to appropriate money. The selectmen can choose to just go and put that money right back into the schools through their choice or through that program. And that money could be utilized out of the levy for the Board of Health. If anybody wants to, move that money around or utilize it, we could honor the Board of Health's recommendation.
Other discussions of the amendment? Yes, sir.
As a point of order, did the town council not say that we can't increase line items?
McNulty?
I believe what I have said is that you can go up to the request. Within Article 2, in the line items, you'll see that I think the amendment was to use the requested amounts of that 118, 839, and the 21,000, so that's within the scope of this, so it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion of the motion to amend 24, Mr. Anderson?
So I just want to take this opportunity to recognize the town administrator, because the town administrator had the unfavorable task of looking at all of these departments and all of these budgets and making recommendations to move across the board to lower them so that we could stay in a balanced budget. So I would ask town meeting to, although the health department is a vital tool and a vital resource for this town, to not vote the amendment and vote the recommendation of the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Other discussion of the motion to amend? All right, then. All in favor of amending Article 24, say yes. Opposed, no. No! Article 24 is not amended. Discussion of 24? All right, all in favor of line item 24, say yes. Opposed, no. Line 24 is adopted. Line 29. Ms. Connolly.
Rosemary Conley, 405 Franklin Street, Whitman Finance Committee. Ooh, thought I was taller than Kathy. Guess I'm not. This is the same. Whitman will is applicable to the opioid. It's eligible to be using that opioid funds. If we're talking about making sure that we're not using free cash, this gives us an opportunity to use money that is owed to us. It's coming through the next few years, and that money is part of the settlement for CVS and others to pay for just what this program is supplying: education and prevention of opioid usage. So you could pull this out of the levy and possibly add this to free cash and they could utilize the opioid money towards this. And then that's Article 11 allows them to utilize that money freely. So that is an option to reducing the free cash usage and possibly, adding to stable budgets.
Other discussion of 29? Mr. Evans?
Tom Evans, 68 Temple Street. I stand in support of this $9,000. Having previously been on the board of directors for Whitman Counseling, which we no longer fund, we support an organization now that helps people who have abuse issues. I don't have to tell any of you what the problem is. The problem is far-reaching. To ignore it and to think that somebody else is going to do it is not our responsibility. I think if you were to ask any of the firemen who I live right next door to how many times a week they deal with overdoses, I think you wouldn't even hesitate. I move the question.
We have a motion to move the question. Do we have a second? All right. All in favor of moving to a vote, say yes. Opposed, no. All right. All in favor of Article 29, yes. Opposed, no. Article 29, line 29 rather, is adopted unanimously. Line 35. We had a question on 35. Mr. Otina.
Quick one, hopefully. Just questioning why the Finance Committee is recommending $8,000 more than the department requested.
Ms. Carter?
Yes, the original amount for the audit, I believe that was $47,000 in '24, and originally it was thought to go up to $49,000, but actually the Markham, our auditors, came in and said, no, it will be $57,000 for next year. So the amount needed is $57,000.
Right, other questions on 35? All right, then, all in favor of line 35, say yes. Opposed, no. 35 is adopted unanimously. Okay, that's Article 2. All right, we jump to Article 10, to see if the town will vote to authorize spending limits for fiscal year 2025 for the following revolving accounts approved under the town's bylaws or take any other action relative thereto. Animal control, $25,000. Council on Aging, $10,000. Library fines and fees, $20,000. Planning board, $75,000. Police, $20,000. Recreation, $75,000. Street lighting receipts, $15,000. A motion and a second. Ms. Carter. Okay. Any discussion of Article 10? All right. All in favor of Article 10, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 10 is adopted unanimously. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to transfer $19,842.29 from free cash to the opioid settlement fund, which represents the unspent funds received in the prior fiscal year, which were previously closed out to free cash, or take any other action relative thereto. Motion and a second. Discussion. Any discussion of 11? All right. All in favor of Article 11, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 11 adopted unanimously. Ms. Carter. All right, we have a motion to take Article 50 out of order. Do we have a second? All right. Discussion or?
And I'd like to make a motion to waive the reading. It's 12 pages or several
We have a
pages.
motion to waive the reading of 12 pages and a second. Discussion? Okay, all in favor of waiving the reading, say yes. Opposed, no. All right, we'll waive the reading. Perhaps somebody, I'm sorry. Oh, we didn't vote on taking it out of order. That's right. We have a motion to take Article 50 out of order, and we have a second. Do we have any discussion of that? Okay. We do need 2/3 vote to take this out of order. All in favor of taking Article 50 out of order, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. No. Article 50, we'll take it out of order. Now we have a motion to waive the reading, and a second. We'll just do that again just to keep things clean. All in favor of waiving the reading, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Okay, we'll waive the reading of Article 50. Perhaps somebody can tell us what Article 50 is about. Mr. Evans.
Justin Evans, 57 Candlewick Lane, and Board of Selectmen. With the hour, I'll try to keep my comments brief. MBTA communities, I think everyone's generally aware of it. The state's mandating that we shall have at least one zone that requires that allows multifamily housing by right. You might not know Whitman doesn't have a town planner, so when this law came into effect and mandated that the town develop a zone that shall have multifamily housing by right, we sought and received 2 grants that total were not to exceed $40,000, and we hired the Barrett Planning Group, represented tonight by Sarah Marin, who's here if we have any technical questions. We had about a dozen planning board meetings, and I think we turned this requirement into an opportunity for Whitman. I want to thank the planning board, Assistant Town Administrator Kathy Keefe, the zoning board chair, John Goldrosen, who helped out tremendously, and all the individuals that participated in our open meetings developing this plan. This is a mandate from the state, and I just want to read the Attorney General's advisory concerning enforcement of the MBTA communities zoning law. One line in it. Importantly, MBTA communities cannot avoid their obligations under the law by foregoing this funding. The law requires that MBTA communities shall have a compliant zoning district and does not provide any mechanism by which a town or city may opt out of this requirement. So this is a law that the town has to abide by. It would be irresponsible for the fiscal managers of the town, the finance committee, the board of selectmen to recommend that the town not follow a law and face legal challenges. But on our specific law, I know the map's being passed around a little bit. We took this and put the zone in underutilized industrial land within walking distance of the commuter rail. It's a number of old shoe factories that have seen better days, a property that received an EPA grant to clean up, and existing multifamily housing. So we did briefly fall out of compliance in 2022, and the state threatened to take away 10% of our housing authority's capital funding. I worked with then interim town administrator Frank Lynham to amend our compliance plan, submit it to the state, and restore that funding. But staying in compliance today, not only is it the law, it maintains Whitman's eligibility for a number of state grants that we're actively seeking. This year alone, we're applying for grants up to $600,000 in grant money that would go away if we fell out of compliance. But if the state's going to get really serious about affordability, I'm worried that the next time they try to mandate a zone like this, it's not going to be the town shall develop a zone. It's going to be they will put a zone where they want to put it. They could have easily said within a half a mile of a train station, you have to have multifamily housing. They didn't. They said that we had to develop a zone that allowed it. So we developed a zone. I think it's a pretty good zone, and I urge you to vote yes.
Other discussion of Article 50? All right. This does require a 2/3 vote since it involves our zoning bylaws. Yes, sir.
Ed Winnett, 308 Rayner Ave. In looking at the zoning map, is there a reason why the area or the space behind Regal Liquors, the old Regal Liquors, wasn't considered? I mean, that lot's been vacant since when I was a little kid and Grossman's burnt down. I mean, right now, the plan would be that you would take over O'Toole's and some of the other local businesses, that have pretty good, businesses going on now. So I'm just curious.
So, again, Justin Evans, if I'm not mistaken, the land behind the old Regal Liquors across the street is included in this map. Just to the east of the train station, not quite the intersection of Franklin and Pleasant, but pretty close to it. It's in the highlighted area.
Other questions on 50? Yes, Mr. Goldrosen.
John Goldrosen, 238 South Ave. I'm chairman of the ZBA, but I'm just speaking for myself. First, maybe to clarify with town council, my understanding is that this only requires a majority vote because it comes under an exception that the state passed on multifamily housing zoning amendments?
Town council just clarified that for me as well, so yes, you're correct. This does require just a majority vote.
Okay, thank you. Just briefly, I am in favor of this. I believe the planning board took a lot of care to locate the multifamily zone in an area where it would not infringe on our single and two-family residential areas. Also, given the state mandate that most of the zone has to be within a half mile of the train station, I'm pleased that they did not include the areas between downtown and the train station along South Ave, where we have a lot of, very attractive older buildings that in fact are mostly used for multifamily housing already, but they excluded those areas as well. This is an opportunity for the town, as Mr. Evans has said. This is an area that, if it grows, will help revitalize that section of town, again, without infringing on any areas. And I know that there's, some sentiment of, stick it to the state because they're making us do this, but voting against this will not keep out multifamily housing because there is still Chapter 40B, that this does not affect the operation in Chapter 40B, which allows a developer to come in and put a large multifamily development anywhere in town with basically no controls on density, height, etc. And although they have to get a permit from the ZBA, our hands are pretty much tied by state requirements on that. So I do think that approving this in this town, and I would hope other towns, actually will channel such development into areas where it's most beneficial for the town rather than leaving it up to the operation of 40B, which is just a free-for-all. And just finally, I think we probably, almost everybody in this room knows people who have moved out of this area, out of the state, because of the high cost of housing. Family members, friends, maybe your children. And this problem is not going to be solved by not building housing. It's not that our population is increasing that much. I see in the latest town report, Whitman's population is around 14,000. I got here 40 years ago, the population was 13,000. So we haven't grown that much. But the problem is our household sizes are so much less. We don't have 6 or 8 people living in a house, as was the case when I was growing up with my family. We've got 1 and 2 people, and so we need more housing to accommodate those people. I think the planning board has done a good job in this, and I urge you to support this.
Other discussion of Article 50? All right, seeing none, all in favor of Article 50 say yes. Yes! Opposed, no? No. Article 50 is adopted. All right. Returning to our regular order of business, Article 12, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $9,800 in free cash to engage environmental partners to provide professional engineering services to assist the town of Whitman with the preparation of an emergency action plan for the Harding Pond Dam located in the town of Whitman, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion? And a second? All right. Discussion of Article 12? Any discussion of 12? All right. All in favor of 12 say yes. Opposed, no. Article 12 is adopted unanimously. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from available cemetery funds the sum of $16,500 to purchase and equip a new lawnmower tractor or take any other action relative thereto. Motion, a second. Discussion of 13. Ms. Landeville.
I have a question as to where this lawnmower will be used. No, it doesn't specify that. It says from cemetery funds.
Mr. Martin.
Bruce Martin, 54 Park Ave, Highway and Park and Tree Superintendent. The lawnmower will be used to mow the lawns around town, specifically the cemeteries. We currently use all kinds of different lawnmowers that we buy with different funds to mow the cemeteries. So when we buy a lawnmower with cemetery funds, we'll mow the cemeteries, but we also may mow the park with it. Just like we mow the park, use the other mowers to mow the cemeteries also.
Other discussion of 13. Ms. Landeville.
But Colebrook Cemetery is maintained by a private company.
Mr. Martin.
That is correct. Whitman owns and maintains Mount Zion Cemetery and the Pine Street Cemetery. Colebrook is a privately owned and maintained cemetery.
Other questions on 13? All right, all in favor of 13, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. 13 is adopted unanimously. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $7,000 in free cash to purchase and install a chain link fence in the area of Hobart's Pond Dam, or take any other action relative thereto. Motion is second. Do we have discussion of 14? All right, all in favor of 14, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. 14 is adopted unanimously. 15, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $323,087.67 in available Chapter 90 funds, such funds to be expended by the Department of Public Works in accordance with the guidelines and requirements of the Massachusetts Highway Department, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and second. Discussion of 15. All right, all in favor of 15, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. 15 is adopted unanimously. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $123,786 from Article P7 of the May 2020 FY21 Annual Town Meeting Reserve for Purchase Ambulance Account to purchase a new set of turnout gear for all members of the fire department, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 16. All right, all in favor of 16, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. 16 is adopted unanimously. Article 17, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $1,500 from free cash to pay general code to update and maintain the town's general and zoning bylaws, or take any other action relative thereto. Motion second. Discussion of 17. All in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. 17 is adopted unanimously. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $47,000 from free cash to fund fire panel replacement / upgrades for the police station, or take any other action relative thereto. Motion is second. Discussion, Mr. Anderson.
I'd like to amend this article to read to see if the town will vote to appropriate $47,000 from capital stabilization to fund fire panel replacement upgrades for the police station or take any other action relative thereto. So just as an explanation, in order to maintain an appropriate balance of free cash and address the deferred capital expenditures of the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District, we are proposing the use of capital stabilization in place of free cash on some upcoming articles. So I just want to take this opportunity to recognize the efforts of the Capital Committee in making recommendations that we are making. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion to amend. Do we have a second? All right, discussion of the amendment. All right, all in favor of amending Article 18? Say yes. Opposed, no. Okay, Article 18 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. Mr. Evans.
Justin Evans, 57 Candlewick Lane, Board of Selectmen. I just want to, since town meeting has already chosen to appropriate $509,000 out of free cash that we didn't have, just want to say the rest of the Finance Committee recommendations, by my calculations, bring us into balance, so I support these next couple of amendments. Yep.
All right, any discussion of the amended article? Okay, since this is coming from capital stabilization, we'll need a two-thirds vote for this, so if it's not unanimous, we may need to take a standing count. All in favor of Article 18 as amended, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. No. Article 18 is adopted. Article 19, to see if the town will... I'm sorry? Yes, unanimous. Yeah. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $68,140 from free cash to purchase and equip a 2024 Chevy Tahoe four-wheel drive SSV Administrative Police Cruiser or take any other action relative thereto. Motion. We have a second. Discussion. Mr. Anderson?
I'd like to amend this article, Mr. Moderator, to read to see if the town will vote to appropriate $68,140 from capital stabilization to purchase and equip the 2024 Chevrolet Tahoe four-wheel drive SSV Administrative Police Cruiser or take any other action relative thereto.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend Article 19. Discussion of the amendment. All in favor of amending Article 19, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Okay, Article 19 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All right, all in favor of, I'm sorry, Ms. Landaville?
Now you're changing everything to the stabilization fund. So what are we going to end up with for the rainy day fund? We're passing over the free cash. We've already assumed we've spent the free cash. And we haven't even had the town vote.
Mr. Lynham?
We have two stabilization accounts. We have a standard stabilization account, which is the money that we put aside for catastrophic issues, and we have a capital stabilization account, which is an account that should be used in and out. We put money in each year, we take money out each year. It has no effect on our reserve funds because it's intended to be saved and used.
Just waiting on that. Any other questions on the amended Article 19? Wait for that, or?
No.
Okay,
I
all
was
right.
going to ask, Michelle, can I ask you a question?
1 second.
Because he did it with the other ones, too.
Just 1 second for town council. All right, then we'll proceed to a vote on the amended Article 19. All in favor of Article 19 as amended, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 19 is adopted unanimously. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $21,000 in free cash to fund pool house / pump room upgrades or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of Article 20. All right, all in favor of Article 20, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 20 is adopted unanimously. Article 21, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $14,000 from free cash to fund a ground condenser replacement to replace an existing expired condenser in the lower level server room or take any other action relative thereto. Motion and a second. Discussion of Article 21. All right, all in favor of 21, say yes. Opposed, no. 21 is adopted unanimously. Article 22, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $30,303 from free cash to purchase new computers for the town hall, library, police, and fire department, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion. We have a second? All right. Mr. Anderson.
I'd like to amend Article 22 to see if the town will vote to appropriate $30,303 from capital stabilization to purchase new computers for the town hall, library, police, and fire department, or take any other action relative thereto.
We have a motion. We have a second. Discussion of the amendment to Article 22. All right, all in favor of amending Article 22, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 22 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All right, all in favor of Article 22 is amended, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 22 adopted unanimously. Article 23, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $60,000 from free cash to upgrade the existing phone systems as part of the migration from digital phones to the IP phones and provide high availability for all town buildings or take any other action relative thereto. Motion and second. Discussion of 23. All in favor of Article 23, say yes. Opposed, no. Oh, Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson, sorry. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to amend Article 23 to see if the town will vote to appropriate $60,000 from capital stabilization to upgrade the existing phone system as part of a migration from digital phones to IP phones and provide high availability for all town buildings or take any other action relative thereto.
All right, motion and a second to amend 23. Discussion of the amendment. All right, all in favor of amending Article 23, say yes. Opposed, no. Okay, Article 23 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All right, all in favor of Article 23 as amended, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 23 adopted unanimously. Article 24, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $75,000 from free cash to purchase and equip a new four-wheel drive vehicle or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. 24, Mr. Anderson.
I'd like to amend Article 24 to see if the town will vote to appropriate $75,000 from capital stabilization to purchase and equip a new four-wheel drive vehicle or take any other action relative thereto.
We have a motion. Second. Discussion of the amendment. Yes, sir.
Ed Winnett, 308 Rainer Ave. I have a question. I have two questions on this. One is, so the Finance Committee voted not to recommend, but now you're making an amendment. Is now your decision that we should? And you're raising your hand, you're passing it, so the Finance Committee is changing their position?
Mr. Anderson?
So just as a matter of practice, the Finance Committee won't recommend an article that it's intended to change or to make an amendment to. So we do support the article, we just didn't support the funding source. That's why the recommendation was what it was from the Finance
All right,
Committee.
fair enough. Second question, so 90,000 miles. I don't know about you guys, but my cars are like 184,000. Is there something mechanically wrong with this vehicle that it needs to be replaced?
I'll let the Fire Chief answer the question.
Thank
Chief?
Good evening, Tim Clancy, 21 Bloss Road, your Fire Chief. This is a 2015 Chevy Tahoe that was the command vehicle for the previous Fire Chief, then to me went to the deputy. It only has a, quote unquote, it only has 104,000, 105,000 miles on it, but those are hard miles. The factor with this, as I checked it today, is the engine hours. It's been idling for 4,819 hours, and I've been advised that that's a lot of hours, and we're going to have a lot of mechanical issues, which has come to be truthful. We've had a lot of mechanical issues. It's starting to break down, and we're having some serious rust issues with it, and it's been told that it should be moved on.
Right, discussion of the amendment to 24. Right, all in favor of amending Article 24, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 24 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All in favor of Article 24 as amended, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 24 is adopted unanimously. Article 25, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $38,000 from free cash to fund 5 heating circulator pumps in the town hall boiler room or take any other action relative thereto. Motion is second. Mr. Anderson.
And I'd like to amend this article to see if the town will vote to appropriate $38,000 from capital stabilization to fund 5 heating circulator pumps in the town hall boiler room or take any other action relative thereto.
We have a motion. We have a second. Discussion of the amendment. All right. All in favor of amending Article 25, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 25 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All in favor of Article 25 is amended, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 25 adopted unanimously. To see if the town will vote to appropriate, Article 26, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $75,000 from free cash for asphalt, signage, and engineering services for any expenses directly related to road repair work or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 26. Okay, all in favor of Article 26, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 26 adopted unanimously. Article 27, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $75,000 from free cash for the repair or replacement of existing sidewalks and or for the cost of materials or engineering services needed to complete such work or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 27. All right, all in favor of Article 27, say yes. Opposed, no. 27 passes unanimously. Article 28, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $58,722.95 from free cash to purchase and install a cool chiller compressor at the Whitman-Hanson Regional High School, including any and all related costs thereto, or take any action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 28. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Moderator, I move to pass over this article. I think it was the intention of the Capital Committee to get more information from the school district prior to voting on these articles. So I'd like to make a motion to pass over Article 28.
We have a motion to pass over 28. Do we have a second? Second. Discussion of the motion to pass over. All right, all in favor of passing over Article 28, say yes. Opposed, no. Okay, Article 28 is passed over. Article 29, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $86,189.30 from free cash to purchase and install a fire panel at the Whitman-Hanson Regional High School, including any and all related costs thereto, or take any other action in relation thereto. Do we have a motion? We have a motion?
Motion to pass over? Oh, motion.
We have a motion. We have to consider this first.
Motion.
And a second. Okay, discussion. Mr. Anderson.
Motion to pass over.
All right. And a second. Discussion of the motion to pass over. Mr. Evans?
Speak as a representative of the Capital Committee tonight. So this and the next article, we actually did receive an updated quote from the school district totaling $194,000. Whitman's share is 61%. So under the updated quotes, it would be a savings of about $25,000. It was questions that the Capital Committee had asked the school district to provide more information or seek more competitive quotes. So I support passing over this article, possibly funding it a special in the fall.
Yes, Mr. Boyce.
Steve Boyce, 39 Beale Ave, member of the Whitman-Hanson Regional School Committee and first-year chair of the Capital and Operations Committee for Whitman-Hanson. Just wanted to be sure that communication's open here, that it's back and forth. I hear a lot that we did not get back to you or whatever, but that's not us. If we need to provide additional, we have our meeting every other month, so I think the next one could be later this month or in June. So please be very mindful of that. First time up here in a long time. Miss you guys. Thank you.
Any discussion of the motion to pass over 29? All right, all in favor of passing over Article 29, say yes. Opposed, no. All right, Article 29 is passed over. Article 30, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $4,188 in free cash to migrate the existing fire panel to the new fire panel at the Whitman-Hanson Regional High School, including any and all related costs thereto, or take any action in relation thereto. A motion and a second. Discussion of 30. Mr. Anderson.
Motion to pass over, Mr. Moderator.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion of the motion to pass over Article 30. All in favor of passing over Article 30, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 30 is passed over. Article 31, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $8,638.11 from free cash to purchase and install a replacement core router at the Whitman-Hanson Regional High School, including any and all related costs thereto, or take any action in relation thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion, Mr. Anderson.
Motion to pass over, Mr. Moderator.
Motion to pass over and a second. Discussion of the motion to pass over. All in favor of passing over Article 31, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 31 is passed over. Article 32, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $27,053.45 from free cash to purchase and install an uninterruptible power source UPS unit replacement at the Whitman-Hanson Regional High School, including any and all related costs thereto, or take any other action in relation thereto. Motion and a second. Mr. Anderson.
Motion to pass over, Mr. Moderator.
Second. Discussion of the motion to pass over. All in favor of passing over 32, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 32 is passed over. Article 33, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $17,292.42 from free cash to purchase and install a wireless system and wireless access point replacements at the Whitman-Hanson Regional High School, including any and all related costs thereto, or take any other action in relation thereto. Motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Anderson.
Motion to pass over, Mr. Moderator.
Motion and a second to pass over. Article 33, discussion. All in favor of passing over 33, say yes. Opposed, no. 33 is passed over. 34, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $37,408 from free cash to purchase and install a wireless system and wireless access point replacement at the Duval Elementary School, Conley Elementary School, and Whitman Middle School, including any and all related costs thereto, or take any other action in relation thereto. Motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Anderson.
Motion to pass over, Mr. Moderator.
Motion to pass over and second. Discussion of 34 to pass over. All in favor of passing over 34, say yes. Opposed, no. 34 is passed over. Article 35, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $10,622 in free cash to purchase and install an uninterruptible power source unit replacement at the Duval Elementary School, Conley Elementary School, and Whitman Middle School, including any and all related costs thereto, or take any other action in relation thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Anderson.
Motion to pass over.
We have a motion to pass over. We in a second. Discussion. All in favor of passing over 35, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 35 is passed over. 36, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $316,900 in free cash to pay for engineering costs associated with seeking state transportation improvement program funds, or take any other action in relation thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 36. Mr. Anderson.
I'd like to make a motion that Article 6 read, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $155,900 from free cash to pay for engineering costs associated with seeking state transportation improvement program funds, or take any other action relative thereto.
We have a motion and a second to amend Article 36. Discussion of the motion to amend. $155,900. Do we have discussion of the motion to amend? Ms. Landeville?
Why the dollar amount?
Mr. Anderson.
So for this particular article, our discussion and our decision-making process was based on a meeting with Bruce Martin, the superintendent of the Whitman DPW. Sent me an email just describing the, I'll just read it to you. To please find attached amended agreement proposal with EVP for the South Ave Corridor TIP project. You'll see on pages 5 and 6 the $62,400 from year one, the $161,000 balance from last year's town meeting, and the proposed $155,900 to keep us moving forward without delaying the process. So again, the Finance Committee's recommendation is based on that conversation in order to keep the budget in balance. We're asking town meeting to vote this amended number. Thank you.
All right, discussion of the motion to amend 36. Mr. Martin?
Bruce Martin, 54 Park Ave, Highway Superintendent. So to be clear, this is a major project that we have, we're pursuing funding for down the east end of Whitman. It's going to improve a bunch of things, sidewalks, pedestrian access to the area. It's projected to be a $14.5 million project. The town is on the hook for the engineering of that, which was around 10 to 15% of the project. So we're pursuing this project, as Mr. Anderson said, and our request was for the 316 to keep moving forward, possibly try to get us ahead of other towns in the process, but in light of some of the moves made earlier this evening, we can still move forward with this project. This, isn't helping us jump ahead, but it's not going to, shouldn't delay us too much, but we will be back to fund, to pursue this more next year. So, it's an ongoing thing until we get to the point where it's been fully accepted and the state takes over the project and we have a essentially $14 million project that will cost us $1 million.
The discussion of the motion to amend 36. All right, all in favor of amending Article 36, say yes. Opposed, no. All right, discussion of the amended article. All in favor of Article 36 as amended, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 36 passes unanimously. Article 37, to see if the town will vote to have its elected treasurer-collector become an appointed treasurer-collector of the town, subject to acceptance by the voters of the town at the next annual town election, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion. A motion and a second. Discussion of 37. Mr. Ottino.
Marshall Ottino, 100 Lazel Street. Appointed by whom?
So can anybody answer that question? Ms. Carter?
Appointed by the Board of Selectmen.
Sir?
Edwin at 308, follow up to his question, why the change? Why wouldn't we leave it elected? Why does it need to go appointed?
Ms. Howe?
I'm in favor of elected. Any position like that, to me, the people should have a voice.
Ms. Howe, go ahead.
Laura Howe, Whitman, 185 School Street, Whitman. Sorry. I appreciate your question. I have an answer to you that is personal, but I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to answer you. If you have an elected official, they cannot be fired. Whether or not they steal money, whether or not they give death threats, can't fire them. If they are appointed, then proper action can be taken. And since I've been selectman, I had the honor to do a job, interview, lack of a better word, to many people in this town. Everyone would have been a godsend. They were heroes that came in front of us. They all come with resumes. It's not just picking somebody. I do understand. I'm on social media a lot because of the animal control, and I see people's concerns of good old boys picking somebody. I swear to God on my grandfather's grave, that is not the case. And you have a much safer system when you hire somebody with credentials and everybody vets them and interviews them, and then if something happens, something can be done. So I just wanted to answer you that way.
So I appreciate the response. Thank you. I guess, for me, certainly there could be any instance where an elected person, has a violation of HR standards, and there's ways I would expect legal counsel to be involved as well, too. So I'm not in favor of appointing it. I think it needs to stay with the people and remain elected.
I 100% understand and agree with you. And I feel strongly about this because I've had incidences happen that no one could do anything because they were elected. And that's part of the reason that I stand before you today. Because as you can tell, I've never said I was select board talk. I am here because I love the town and I want the right things done. So I would ask for people to consider that and then make their vote.
Sir?
Ken Lytell, 137 Warren Ave. I am your treasurer collector here in the town of Whitman. I am not being thrown under the bus with this article. I am in favor of it going appointed. They did consult with me first. A little on a personal note, I've been asked quite a few questions about this in the days leading up to tonight's meeting, about whether or not I felt comfortable working under the Board of Selectmen as opposed to being an elected official, and someone who has worked under the board for 4 years as the accountant. Doesn't bother me at all. I was hired as the accountant by a town administrator and the board, so I have no problem working under them again. As far as a town-wide perception is concerned, the Massachusetts Division of Local Services recommends that treasurer collectors become appointed as opposed to elected. A lot of their positions I agree with. They put out a bulletin last year in May that I will take some snippets of. It says, in part, as municipal governments evolve, communities should periodically review their governmental structure and departmental operations. Moving from elected to appointed officials are often part of such studies. As municipal positions grow in responsibility and required skill set, communities are turning to appointed positions to attract a wider pool of candidates with strong credentials and relevant professional experience. Converting an elected role also provides the opportunity to define job requirements and reporting structure, as well as to specify clear expectations of the position. This is something that has been happening a lot recently. As of May of last year, of the 351 communities in Massachusetts, 308 of them have appointed treasurer collectors, and this has also been done 60 times to 60 different towns just in the last 10 years. An elected position, as opposed to an appointed one, requires the technical expertise of the job, as well as the political skills to have to run for office. Speaking from personal experience, those two things usually don't go hand in hand, that you will find in the same person. You may find a highly qualified candidate that doesn't want to go through a perceived political battle, and in my opinion, a political battle is not how a position as important as this one should be decided. So as the position evolves and complexities of government finance evolve, I think it's important for the town of Whitman to also evolve and follow the lead of the many cities and towns before us. So I would ask that you vote yes for this question. Thank you.
Ms. Carter?
Just to follow up on that as well, the DOR is nudging towns to move in this direction from elected to appointed. And according to the Massachusetts Municipal Finance Law Bureau, and I quote, as municipal positions grow in responsibility and required skill set, communities are turning to appointed positions to attract a wider pool of candidates with strong credentials and relevant professional experience. Converting an elected role also provides the opportunity to define job requirements and reporting structure, specifying clear expectations of the position and its relationship with management and other team members. The most common change is to the positions of treasurer and collector because these positions require extensive knowledge and are essential members of the community's financial team. The town is very fortunate to have a very qualified candidate, Ken Lytell, in the current position of treasurer collector. Ken was the former town accountant for Whitman before transitioning to the role of treasurer collector, and I want to ensure that the town has a strong financial team, not only now but also in the future. I ask that you support this change both this evening and at the ballot box on May 18th. Thank you.
Other discussion of 37? All right, all in favor of Article 37, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 37 is adopted. Article 38, to see if the town will vote to appropriate or reserve from fiscal year 2025 Community Preservation Fund estimated annual revenues in the amounts recommended by the Community Preservation Committee For committee administrative expenses, community preservation projects, and other expenses in fiscal year 2025, with each item to be considered a separate appropriation or take any other action relative thereto. Appropriations from FY 2025 estimated revenues for committee administrative expenses, $10,000, not to exceed 5% of FY 2025 estimated revenues. Reserves from FY 2025 estimated revenues for historic resource reserve, $29,180, representing at least 10% of the FY 2025 estimated revenues, plus at least 10% from the state match of the FY 2024 collections. From FY 2025 estimated revenues for community housing reserve, $29,180, representing at least 10% of FY 2025 estimated revenues, plus at least 10% from the state match of FY 2024 collections. From FY 2025 estimated revenues for open space reserve, $29,180, representing at least 10% of FY 2025 estimated revenues, plus at least 10% from the state match of FY 2024 collections, or take any other action relative thereto. A motion and a second. Discussion of 38. All in favor of Article 38, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 38 is adopted unanimously. Article 39, to see if the town will vote to transfer from the Community Preservation Historic Research Reserve balance a sum of $1,100 to fund plaques for surveyed historic sites in Whitman, or take any other action relative thereto. Motion second. Discussion of 39. All in favor of 39, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 39 is adopted unanimously. Article 40, to see if the town will vote to see if the town will vote to transfer from the Open Space Resource Reserve balance a sum of $30,000 to fund an open space and recreation plan for the town of Whitman, or take any other action relative thereto. Motion and a second on 40. Discussion of 40. All in favor of Article 40, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 40 adopted unanimously. Article 41, to see if the town will vote to amend the general bylaws of the town of Whitman and the town of Whitman protective zoning bylaw with gender-neutral wording, specifically by deleting the words Board of Selectmen wherever those words appear and inserting in their place the word Select Board. And in the case of a reference to a single selectman, deleting said word wherever it appears and inserting in its place the word Select Board Member, or take any other action relative thereto. A motion is second. Discussion of 41. Mr. Evans.
Justin Evans, member of the Board of Selectmen, Select Board, depending on the outcome of this vote. If you attended last year, you saw this article get passed over because of a procedural issue. Well, we had our public hearing with the Planning Board, so that's all taken care of. I submitted this to the Board of Selectmen because it's the right thing to do and it's the trend the state's going. In Whitman's 150-year history, we've only had 9 women serve on the board, from Dorothy Fitzgibbons in 1975 to Laura Howe today. According to the Mass Municipal Association, which now we're all citing, about 2/3 of town meeting governed towns now go by the term Select Board, and the Massachusetts Selectmen's Association changed to the Massachusetts Select Board Association back in 2020. I believe 3 of us were in attendance at that meeting. For the same reason that we now have police officers and firefighters, I ask you to change our name to the Select Board.
Other discussion of 41. All right, since this involves zoning bylaws, it does require a 2/3 vote. So all in favor of Article 41, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 41 is adopted unanimously. Article 42, the need-based real estate tax exemption amount increase. To see if the town will vote pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 17D, to increase the exemption amount granted to eligible seniors to $350, adjusted by the cost of living adjustment percentage thereafter, to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2024, or take any other action relative thereto. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Discussion? Ma'am?
Wendy Jones, Principal Assessor. I just want to preface this article and the next 5 that apply to personal exemptions. So personal exemption is a release from the obligation to pay all or a portion of the assessed real estate taxes on property. Certain exemptions are allowed by Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5. Personal exemptions are approved through an annual application process through the assessor's office. Many of these exemptions are for taxpayers who are seniors and veterans with service-connected disabilities. The state reimburses the town for a portion of these exemptions. For example, for FY24, we have applied 165,204 exemptions and reimbursed 124,703 by the state.
Other discussion of 41. Ma'am? Of 42, I'm sorry, 42.
Here we go again. We need a stool back here, the short people. There you go, thanks. Heidi Hosmer, 22 Belmont Street, Board of Assessors. And I just want to say that we have a few articles here for exemption increases for our seniors and a couple of articles for our veterans. Given the financial situation that we're in and the increased costs and the large capital projects that we have in front of us, I think it's really important that we give as much assistance to our seniors in this town as we can. We just don't want them to lose their homes. And with all due respect, and I thank the Finance Committee so much for their hard work. I know that the first two articles you're not in favor of, but now that you know that we get reimbursed for this, I think you're okay with it. So I would really respectfully ask that we pass the next, I think it's 6 articles for exemption increases and for the veterans. So thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you very much for the clarification. The Finance Committee was repolled following the information and unanimously supports this article.
Other discussion of Article 42. Ms. Connolly.
Since there's a history here of best practices, we talk about that a lot. Municipal best practices right now are age-in-place practices, and these support the age-in-place, these reductions for seniors and people who want to age in place. So please consider this vote as part of best practices as well.
Other discussion of 42. All right, all in favor of Article 42, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 42 adopted unanimously. Article 43 to increase whole estate-based senior citizen real estate tax exemption. See if the town will vote pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 17th D, to increase the exemption qualifying maximum of the whole estate assets, excluding domicile, to $50,000 to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2024, or take any other action relative thereto. A motion and second. Discussion of 43. Discussion of 43. All right, all in favor of 43, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. 43 is adopted unanimously. Article 44, increase income-based senior citizen real estate tax exemption. To see if the town will vote pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41st D, to increase the exemption qualifying maximum of gross receipts income for eligibility of unmarried senior taxpayers to $35,000 and for a married senior taxpayer to $50,000, adjusted by the cost of living adjustment percentage thereafter, to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2024, or take any action relative thereto. Motion is second. Discussion of 44. All in favor of Article 44, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 44 adopted unanimously. Article 45, increase whole estate-based senior citizen real estate tax exemption. To see if the town will vote pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41st D, to increase the exemption qualifying maximum of the whole estate assets, excluding domicile, for eligibility of unmarried senior taxpayers to $50,000 and for a married senior taxpayer to $65,000, to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2024, or take any action relative thereto. Motion second. Discussion of 45. All in favor of Article 45, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. 45 is adopted unanimously. 46, to see family housing modification real estate tax exemption. To see if the town will vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 50th, to provide an exemption on certain real estate taxes up to $500 for the increased value of residential real property as a result of alterations or improvements, to provide housing for a person who is at least 60 years old, who is not the owner of the premises, which exemption will terminate when the premises is no longer occupied by any such elderly person, to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2024, or take any action relative thereto. A motion and a second. Article 46, discussion. All right, all in favor of 46, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. 46 is adopted unanimously. Joint Board of Assessors and Veteran Services recommended articles. Article 47, Veteran Property Tax Work-Off Abatement Program. To see if the town will vote to accept Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5N, authorizing the Board of Selectmen to establish a veteran property tax work-off program whereby a veteran or spouse of a disabled or deceased veteran who qualifies for participation to volunteer to provide services to the town in exchange for a reduction in real property tax obligations on their tax bill, in addition to any exemption or abatement to which that person is otherwise entitled, not to exceed the allowable Commonwealth of Massachusetts limit, and that any veteran or spouse of a disabled or deceased veteran or an authorized representative for persons physically unable to provide such services participating in such programs shall not receive a rate of or be credited with more than the current minimum wage of the Commonwealth per hour. Said program will be available as of July 1, 2024, and run based on the Town of Whitman's fiscal year or take any action relative thereto. Motion and second. Discussion of 47. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Shannon Burke, Director of Veteran Services. The Veteran Tax Work-Off Program would work pretty much like the Senior Work-Off Program that we already have established. It is for qualified homeowners to get a credit for their property tax bill up to $1,500 for a year by volunteering for the community in which they live. The program is available for veterans or a spouse of a disabled or deceased veteran who are on the deed of the house and live on their property throughout the entire year. If adopted, eligible residents will be able to work hours during the fiscal year, currently due to the minimum wage being $15 an hour and the max allowable credit being $1,500, an eligible member would need to complete 100 hours during that fiscal year. This is subject to change, and the minimum wage and the max allowable change according to Mass General laws. The work-off program, or the work-off volunteers, are assigned, directed, and supervised by the municipality, it would be me, and therefore are considered employees of the municipality while participating in the program. We will establish procedures for the application, interview, and placement process. A Corey check will be required. An eligible member will be allowed to receive other abatements as well as the tax credit. For example, a disabled veteran abatement along with the tax work-off program. This program is to allow those veterans that don't qualify for disabled or senior to get some type of abatement to help them out financially. I would really appreciate your vote on having this approved.
Discussion of 47. Right, all in favor of Article 47 say yes. Opposed, no. Article 47 is adopted unanimously. Article 48, Captain Allen Way. To see if the town will vote to accept Captain Allen Way as a public way, as constructed to meet planning board and DPW requirements, and is shown on a plan on file with the town administrator entitled Little Comfort Estates, prepared by Silver Engineering Associates, PC, which plan is originally dated October 25th, 2022, revised on March 13th, 2023, and endorsed, i.e. stamped on April 5th, 2023, or take any other action relative thereto. Motion is second. Discussion of 48. All right, all in favor of adopting Article 48, say yes. Opposed, no. 48 is adopted unanimously. Okay, fast forward. Article 51, Citizens Petition. Whitman Veterans Discretionary Fund. Purpose, the town of Whitman shall provide a discretionary fund that will assist veterans or their surviving spouse due to an urgent or emergency situation that arises and needs an immediate response. Authority, the town of Whitman has authorized Whitman Veteran Services Officer, VSO, with authority to administer the fund per vote of the town meeting. Definition of a veteran. For the purpose of the fund, the veteran shall be defined as someone who served in any branch of the U.S. military and was discharged under conditions other than dishonorable. This will be verified by their DD 214, NGB 22, or other state or federally issued form of ID or records. The veteran shall be a resident of Whitman and verified by the VSO from a lease, mortgage receipt, tax receipt, or utility bill, or at the discretion of the VSO, i.e. homeless, etc. Action records. The VSO shall keep a record of all donations that are received by the Veterans Office. The donation may be in the form of a cash or check. The VSO shall also provide a written acknowledgement of the gift to the donor. It must be made clear in the receipt that the tax status of the donation cannot be confirmed, as this fund is not considered a taxable donation under IRS Code Section 501c3. Disbursements. The VSO has the authority to make payment to veterans who demonstrate a need to make purchases to sustain daily living or for any financial emergency that can be mitigated by the use of the fund. The VSO shall have the authority to issue payments of up to $1,000 for any one expenditure. Any payments in excess of $500 to any one veteran must be approved by the town manager or the assistant town manager. Each veteran may only utilize the Whitman Veterans Discretionary Fund twice, with a maximum use amount of $1,000 in a 5-year period. The VSO will make every effort when necessary to partnership with local veteran-based organizations to help veterans in need. The veteran must disclose any personal or financial documents that the VSO requests in order to qualify for the benefit. The VSO also has the authority to deny a veteran's request for funds if the VSO does not warrant the situation, an emergency, or they do not provide the documentation requested by the VSO. If the veteran request is denied by the VSO, they have the right to speak with the town manager or assistant town manager to dispute. The VSO will not give any money to the veteran, as the funds must go directly to pay for the items or services needed. Special projects, dependent on the amount of the funds available. The Whitman Veterans Discretionary Fund The VSO has the option to fund all or a portion of a special project within the town of Whitman with the approval of the town manager and/or board of selectmen. Any special projects or donations given must be used solely for the benefit and/or recognition of veterans. Disbursement records: the VSO shall keep a record of all disbursements made to veterans and/or their families. The VSO shall have the fund audited by the town accountant on an annual basis or as often as deemed necessary by the town accountant. Records: all accounting forms for donations to the distribution shall be approved by the town accountant. Do we have a motion? And a second. Discussion. Ms. Connolly. I have an amendment. Make your amendment there.
I have amendment to change some language. It's the town manager to the town administrator. This was copied from a town that's running this successfully since 2020. So this was just a type of miss. A motion to amend.
Okay, and we have a second to that, so we're replacing the words town manager with town administrator.
Town administrator and town administrator assistant.
Okay. Do we have a motion and a second to amend? Discussion of the motion to amend. All right, second. Any discussion of it? All right, all in favor of amending Article 51, say yes. Opposed, no. Okay, 51 is amended. Discussion of the amended article, Ms. Conley.
Thank you. We have upcoming laws changes with the HEROES Act that may increase this particular budget need. This particular budget has lost in its expense line almost $40,000 since 2022. So I'm asking for a way outside of taxation for us to raise money. I did bring this before the select board, and they did say they supported this, and I asked for their support. And then I did mention that I would make any amendments needed if they contacted me, to this. Now, some of the things that were brought up were that there were issues with maybe possibly people stealing or doing something. Now, it's the same exact language, to the point that I didn't even move the town administrator part. I had to fix it on the floor as Abington. Abington has had no problems with this. I have a letter from the Abington Veterans Office who uses this, and if I wanted to read that. Can I read that on the floor?
You can read it.
Okay. And I did mention that some of the concerns, he says, I have been utilizing the Veterans Discretionary Fund since 2020 and have had zero complications as it only benefits veterans. I've used this fund countless times to support our veterans and widows in ways that I wouldn't have been able to otherwise. We've had thousands of dollars donated in the last 4 years without even advertising it, other than word of mouth and a page maybe on our website. There is no downside to having a separate discretionary fund to support those veterans and widows in dire need. I'm speechless that there would be any question in starting this incredible supportive fund. One of the other things that was stated was, hey, maybe we can do local agencies like the veterans over at the Post and the veterans elsewhere. I did ask somebody on the board of the veterans here. I asked Captain Stacy, Air Force Captain Stacy Georgalis, to come in. She is on the board over over down the street. Sorry. If I can ask permission for Captain Stacy Georgalis to get up and speak and explain the timeline that would cause a problem with actually allowing those outside agencies. Can I get a vote to have Stacy Georgalis speak? Captain Stacy.
No vote.
Oh, Ms. Georgalis is right there. She's not a citizen.
No, they can't speak, no.
Oh, they cannot
No.
speak. Okay. Basically, it's every month. Their meetings are every month. And because of that, it would be a month delay before they could handle anything, whereas this would be right away. So thank you so much.
Mr. Lenham?
Bill me. what's unclear to me in this is who's actually handling the funds. I have no problem with this program as long as the money is being deposited in town treasury and a town check is issued for whatever payments are made. But I think it presents a real conflict if the employee who's handling this is also handling these funds. We don't do that anywhere else in the town, and I would hope that if this is adopted, that the town management would require that these funds be handled just as other town gift funds are done.
Other discussion of 51? All right, all in favor of Article 51, say yes. Opposed, no. 51 is adopted unanimously. All right, one more. Article 52, Citizens Petition Town Clerk's Salary, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to fund Article 2, Line 9 of the May 6, 2024 FY25 Annual Town Meeting Town Clerk's Salary line to reflect a salary adjustment for the town clerk's salaries or take any other action relative thereto.
Thank you.
We have a motion to pass over. We have a second. All right. Discussion of passing over 52? All in favor of passing over 52, say yes. Opposed, no. Okay, Article 52 is passed over. Before we entertain a motion to adjourn, I just want to say thank you very much for staying here for 4 hours tonight. We got everything done. It wasn't easy, but we got it done. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Second. All in favor? Town meeting is adjourned.